Yeah, let me get going here. My name's Moshe, and I'm coming to you from Israel in the Galilee, here in Israel. And it's cold here this morning, I'll tell you that. It's 8:08 in the morning, and it's January 11th, the Sunday. And we can take a quick peek at the weather while people are coming in. That's kind of my thing, is I do the weather in the morning. What are we looking at today? 66, although another weather station said 67. So that means it's going to get warm here, which will be nice. But we're not going to get warm till about noon, 1 o'clock. And then we'll stay warm till sundown. Tomorrow, unfortunately, they're telling us a high chance of rain, high of 64, and also on Tuesday. Then we come out of the rain, they say, and on Wednesday we get a high of 56. That's that's the rain day, Tuesday. Wednesday we get up to 60, then we're in the low 60s, and it's going to be pretty bad like this for, I don't know, it could be another month. And then if we are fortunate, we'll break out of winter and go to spring, if we're fortunate, mid-February. If we're not fortunate, it could be mid-March, or it could be in between, like early March, or I don't know. It's up to the Lord, not me. But because we got a problem with our roof on the guest house thing, please pray that the Lord doesn't give us too much rain in my immediate area so we don't have a problem with our guest house, the roof collapsing or anything like that. So please pray that. They're talking about high winds coming. I don't know. They're high winds now. They're upping it to 60 miles an hour, which I think is tropical storm level. I don't know. 75 is hurricane, and they're not talking that much. But I've been in Florida, and I've been through over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts and stuff, If you're in a really nice, solid building, it could be very old and very solid, with bricks or made out of rock or something really strong. You just sit there and you kind of weather it. The real problem is the roof. What's going on with the roof? That's the real problem. So people in Florida, had to have money, will have a house built with hurricane roof. So that means like they'll be able to take 140, 100 to 160 mile an hour winds without coming apart. Okay. Then, which is nice, but it's a temptation to not evacuate. And the hurricane proofing houses don't help at all with flooding, which will kill you. So then the other thing they got is hurricane-proof windows, which are really kind of good even for anti-burglar, And then you have hurricane-proof garage doors and stuff like that. Okay, well, let's get back. So what we're going to cover today is a little bit on the general news, and then we're going to go into what's happening with Iran. And they, according to some Iranian sources, they've killed 2,000 protesters in 48 hours. Now, it's beyond the 48 hours now, so probably more. They're using military drones on the protesters, and they're They brought in Hezbollah fighters, probably from Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, and they're shooting the people down in the street. See, the Hezbollah gets a paycheck from Iran, not from the protesters. So if the protesters take over, they're out of work. Okay? The protesters hate Hezbollah. Of course, it's taking a lot of money away from Iran, And they also brought Iraqi military and militias, probably paid by Iran, in to fight the protesters as well. You see, you're going to get a more brutal response at the protesters using foreign troops than you would using people from the home country, because they're not going to want to. When it comes down to it, and they start using artillery, which using drones is about the same thing. When they start using artillery, the people that live in Iran, the soldiers aren't going to want to blow up their own people, so they use the foreign troops. These are just dogs, So, Trump and Hegseth and Rubio have been saying, oh, we're going to do something. And they've been saying that for what, 5-6 months about Hamas not disarming, and they've done nothing. They threatened them, they promised them, they did this, and they've done nothing, and Hamas is not disarmed. So I'm going to discuss that as it applies to Iran with you. Now, on the other side of that fence, Trump and America, of course, has been bombing what they're calling ISIS positions in Syria. And the guy that's running Syria that Trump is so fond of and lifted the sanctions for is Al-Qaeda ISIS with a new paint job, a haircut, and a suit. What's Trump doing? I mean, he doesn't have his head screwed on straight, Okay, so then we're going to discuss the ultra-Orthodox and the Orthodox Jews and how they operate, and how we're going to talk a lot about the Talmud, which is not a biblical book, and it's nothing I'm saying you should ever read or ever give any credibility to, and how they use that and how they introduce it to the people, and also the same thing for the Kabbalah, which is even worse, okay? So even though they refer to these as Torah, okay. Let's take a peek at the live stream, make sure it's running, and then we'll get started. Okay, thank you, moderators. I'm gonna get some posts up. I'm gonna search and find out how I can find out at a given point in time how many live streams are active at YouTube at one time, if I can. I think it normally just shows you how many live streams are active from the ones you've subscribed to. It might be that there's, 18,000 at one time and they can't show you all that. I'll look into it. I'll find out. So that, because I'm trying to figure out why every day we got these people that obviously have issues that come around and write bad things to get us mad the in the chat. Why do they do that? I mean, what is their motive, So it can't be that they only show you I think it can't be that they only show live streams from the channels you've subscribed to, because that would mean these people have subscribed to me and they rarely ever do that. So I have to get to the bottom of this, where they find me from, and maybe they search by keywords. I have no idea. Okay. Do some praise, being a Bible believing site, Old and New Testament. There is no God like Jehovah. There is no God like Jehovah. There is no God like Jehovah. There is no Messiah like Yeshua. 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 Oh, there is no God like Jehovah. 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 Kind of botched that up. I don't know why. I guess I lost my train of thought here. Okay. I was thinking about something else. So, Trump, who I told you recently, is trying to win wars without fighting wars. And that's what he's attempting to do in Venezuela. I don't know how well it's going. From what I see right now, in terms of putting in a regime that's going to listen to Trump, I think he's light years away from anything like that. Okay? Not light years, but he's pretty far away from it. He's not there yet. He's talking like the ones that took over, the vice president under Maduro, who could be worse than Maduro. If he's going to get anywhere with them. The oil companies, Trump was contacting them about putting investments into Venezuela, I guess, to increase the oil output. And they basically told them they're all in for Venezuela, but we're not interested in putting a big investment in there right now. In other words, Trump doesn't have enough credibility regarding Venezuela for them. Which means for the oil, which is the predominant reason I believe Trump went in there, or he didn't even go in yet, he's planning on doing something there. He has to increase the credibility of his move, which is hold new elections or go in militarily. I don't see new elections on the horizon. I don't think the military and the vice president and the other top dogs in Venezuela are going to go for new elections. So the people could vote people in that are going to prosecute them for crimes and corruption and take their assets away. So I doubt you'll see a new election. So Trump has so far accomplished something. Let's give the guy credit for that. He got Maduro out of there, and they're definitely afraid of him. because they know that he could send the Delta Force in, and they're going to wind up in a New York City federal prison too. They're not going to be talking to Maduro. They'll just be in the same jail in another location. They might never even catch a glance of him. Without a doubt, Maduro and his wife are in isolation. Now, that doesn't mean that they're put in a padded cell. It means they're placed someplace where other people can't get to them. Otherwise, the gang guys will come over to him and say, hey, you want to live? This is who you got to get to contact, and you give me $1 million a month and I'll keep you alive here, or something like that. This is commonly done for celebrities. And my expectation is usually it's not that excessive, and they probably pay it. If they don't pay it, they're going to be living in seclusion, locked up a major portion of the day, and then allowed into a little area. So in other words, they have to be in the jail. They have to be set up in such a way that any old inmate can't walk up to him and smack him upside the head. So I think that's what celebrities do, is they pay. I think that's what Mike Tyson did. He made a deal with the black Muslims. And he said he became a black Muslim, but he doesn't really, he's no black Muslim. I don't think he has much to do with them these days. Tyson got somewhat wealthy again. He had his show that was airing on the internet. Maybe it was on TV. I don't think so. He started making money, and then he did these ridiculous boxing matches with this young internet guy. I think his name was Jake, or something. I don't know. I watched the fight. I don't think Tyson was really fighting. Tyson's pretty old. He must be, 60 or 58 or something like that. That's pretty old. Fighting at 50, I can see. But that's about the end of the line for that. No. It was just playing with him, and he made, I think, a few million off of that. He's not a poor guy anymore. He owed a lot of money to the IRS. He probably settled out with them. Maybe not, maybe yes, I don't know. Boxers make a lot of money right away when they go up at the top and they win the belts. But they rarely ever, very, very, very few of them ever stay at the top. And if they stay in too long, they get like, what was that guy's name? Muhammad Ali. He couldn't talk. They say he was wearing a diaper. there's too much. He was getting brain damage and he didn't want to stop. So he came up with this rope-a-dope thing where he would just go up against the rope and put his arms up and block the shots to the head. He didn't care about body shots. It's really a bad thing to get punched in the head year after year, many, many times, So it's, it's a young man's game, So they get in, they could have a short career of, 3 or 4 years. But how many of them actually save and invest their money and then go out early and live without brain injury and enjoying their money? Well, the smart ones, which are probably 1 in 10, of the top world champions, A lot of the others get into lunatic behavior, buying pet lions, which I think Tyson did. Other fighters do that. Buying mansions, cars, running around with an entourage of 5 or 6 people. Private jets, stuff they don't need, jewelry. And they squander their money away, and then they lose the belt, and they could do comebacks and things like that, and still make millions. But most of them just squander their money away. It used to be that back in the 40s, maybe in the 50s, the champion fighters that had the belts were living in apartments or in regular 3-bedroom houses in neighborhoods. And, maybe they bought a Cadillac or a Lincoln and bought a few nice suits and, a gold watch, a diamond ring, but they didn't go nuts, They weren't paid that much. So the fight promoters are the ones that always walk away with the gold. And they keep it. Okay, so Hegseth, Trump, and Rubio have threatened Iran and they just issued statements with words to the effect that they're going to do something now. We have no official count of how many people Iran's killed. Some organization said that they killed 2,000 in 2 days recently, but we don't know that. But we know it's extensive. Okay. Here's the thing with Trump jumping in. Let me give you a countdown of this. I've got notes, and I could do it off my head. We did pick up an account in the last couple of days that Trump was moving from Ramstein in Germany, ammunition on cargo planes to the Middle Eastern theater, basically going to the bases in the Middle East that America maintains. Okay. Now, that's all we see. Have we seen warships like aircraft carriers and destroyers and missile cruisers coming to the Middle East? No. How long do they take? Well, my experience, best case, 2 weeks from when they depart. But before they depart, you got to get them ready, and that takes some days. You got to get the crew together, call the crew back, get them on the boats. You got to load up the boats with fuel, weapons, have all the repairs made and everything, and then the boat shoves off. And have we seen plane movements? Well, maybe we have. I don't know. There's reports that it was a B-2 seen over or near Iraq. Well, a B-2 is a big boy. I believe it's a stealth plane that can cause lots of damage, drop a lot of ordnance, okay? Now, we got a lot of things we got to put into the pot here. There's a story kind of leaking from some of the security forces in Venezuela that were protecting Maduro. And they said that what happened is they heard a lot of drones coming, probably 20 or 30. I don't know what a lot is. I'm guessing that. They didn't go count them, you know. And then one guy said there was about 8 helicopters coming. And he said there were hundreds of them protecting Maduro. Now, he said all the helicopters let out, he thinks, about 20 soldiers. Then he says there was incredibly rapid machine gun fire. And these soldiers mowed down these 300, 400, 500 people that were protecting Maduro. Now, I don't think they got them all. Now, is it possible that foot soldiers could hold some sort of weapon and mow down, 40 or 50 guys, or even 35 or 40? Well, very, very, very unlikely. Why? Well, they're not going to go just jump out and walk around with some special machine gun and start mowing them down. Even if they had a pistol, they could still shoot the soldiers in the head or the face and kill them, right? Or hit them in the knee or something, right? So why would they be stupid like that and just walk around standing upright? Well, maybe they were laying down such heavy fire. I don't think so. There's always somebody hiding behind something that can put fire on them. So, that thing sounds suspicious. What doesn't sound suspicious at all is that this guy was in panic, and when the helicopters came in, the guys were, it appears, rappelling off ropes. I don't think the helicopters made touchdown. That's very dangerous for them. When the soldiers are going down by rope, they could much easier get out of there. It's much faster than taking off from being on the ground. Okay, so being on the ground is very dangerous for helicopters. So they have machine guns in there. So they probably had miniguns or Gatling guns where they have about 6 barrels that spin, and they could lay down tremendous amounts of fire with heavy ammo, 50 cal, 20 millimeter. So if each of these helicopters had 2 guns, one on either side, or maybe that wasn't the case, they just had one big gun under the front of the helicopter that they control with computers, and they had 8 of those Gatling guns that go about 3,200 rounds per minute, and you had 8 of those, you got about 24, 25,000 rounds in a minute. So could that be used to mow down hundreds of guys while the Marines are deploying out of the helicopters? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then they said a sound weapon was used, and whatever soldiers were left, the sound weapon gave them intense pain. Their ears were bleeding and they fell down and they were unable to move. Now, I know cruise ships have something similar that is aimed, and they deploy it at pirate boats, which are usually 25 or 40 feet long, like fishing boats, huge rowboats or something. And it was coming to them, and they would deploy these sound weapons at the guys, and the guys it would hurt them. Now they've had these things 20 years, 25 years. Now they probably have something that's been upgraded 4 or 5 times for the military, and they could have some device that does that. But again, it would be unlikely that the Special Forces soldiers would be holding it and carrying it around with them. It's going to require a lot of power. So the helicopters probably had this. And the soldiers probably had special ear protection. And it wasn't aimed at them, so they wouldn't be getting it. But just in case, they had ear protection. And that was probably put on the remaining soldiers protecting Maduro, that they would so the Special Forces guys would just be able to run in and attack Maduro. Now, why? The big question is, if they had this sound device, why didn't they just aim it at the house that Maduro was in? Well, a lot of reasons. Number one, it may not work if you're inside a house. That's one reason. Number two, they might have been afraid it would kill Maduro or his wife, or render them so sick and hurt that they couldn't stabilize him enough quickly to get him exfiltrated out of there. So it's much easier if you left Maduro in one piece and got him out of there. I still think they would have had to enter into the structure of the building or the bunker or whatever the heck Maduro was in, and take out the guard. Usually they're going to have bodyguards in probably 3 or 4 layers. Like they'll have some at a distance from the house, like 1, 2, 300 meters. And then they'll have some right outside the house, some on the roof, and then they'll have some inside the house. Right up to outside the door where Maduro is. So it seems to me the Special Forces would have had to engage these guys, but they're good at that. And they probably did, which means go in the house and shoot them. Or maybe they surrendered. Or maybe they used drones on them. I don't know what happened. They're not talking because this plan they have they want to use again. Now, if this sound weapon did exist that was so potent, I'm sure Israel would use it. I never heard of anything like this being used in Israel, which is very unusual. So I'm not so sure this thing exists, or maybe the Americans don't want to give it to anybody. Now, if it did exist, that would explain why the vice president of Venezuela is trying to work with Trump somehow, but it doesn't seem they're ever going to, get friendly or make Trump happy. She may have knocked it off with the drug dealing. Trump still has an axe to grind with the drug dealers, and he hasn't finished that up. Trump is trying to play a game where I'm going to scare everybody so bad, they're just going to give up and hand over their oil. Well, Iran ain't never going to do that. Okay? Well, this is where you're at with Iran. They defied Trump openly, shut the internet. Everybody that says anything, that knows anything about what's going on, knows that when he shut the internet and the phones, the wipeout is going to become quickly. Okay, it's time to play wipeout. That's why they did that. Now, Elon Musk came in and put Starlink on for the Iranians, but probably not all of them were able to afford getting all the equipment to hook up, but some have. And that's where you're seeing videos come out, and videos are coming out. Now, I heard they shut the electricity in a lot of places, too. Iran is saying they arrested 200 leaders of the protests. Now, let's get something straight, okay? Maybe they did. But maybe they didn't, and they're lying to create fear with the protesters. The protesters themselves would know if this was a lie, because if it's a lie, the leaders will be active and they'll know it. Now, the Shah's son is running around acting like he's in control, telling them, go out at night, don't stop, keep doing it, wait till 6 o'clock. I don't know. Is anybody really listening to the Shah's son? We don't know. He hasn't been in Iran in many decades, probably since 79. I don't know. Do we really hear Trump supporting this guy? I don't know. I'm not even sure where he is. I think he's in America. And he's telling the Iranian people that he's going to be coming back there soon. Now, somebody is very recently telling the Iranian government and the people and the military that they can get safe passage out of Iran if they want to go. Well, nobody's been explaining who's telling them that. By what authority? But the fact that they're even talking that way makes me think that 2,000 dead protesters is a drop in the bucket. And protesters are all over Iran, so the amount of protesters could be up to, 3-4 million. Easily could be that way. Or it could be just 1 or 2 million, but still 2,000 is not a lot, but it's a horrible massacre. The European Union came out with a statement of some woman that heads the European Union, and she said that she stands with, we the people of Iran, not the administration. And she said this is one of the few times where there's nobody opposing this position. In other words, nobody's stepping out there and saying, we support Iran, they have a right to exterminate their own people. You see, nobody's coming out and owning that. That might change. People like North Korea and Russia, China, they might wait until America moves in, and then they'll start showing their support for Iran. What is the normal routine for America? Well, we're not really seeing it. The normal routine would be troop movement, a lot of Navy ships, including aircraft carriers, submarines, lots of planes. But the other side of the coin is this stuff is already in the Middle East theater. It never went home. Not all of it, the ships left, but this gets very complicated, and I'll explain it to you. If Trump does not move fast, and Iran in the last 2 days killed 2,000 people, let's say they killed 20,000 people in the next 2 days. And then the day after that, 30, 40,000. Well, the protesters aren't going to go, hey, honey, I'm going to go protest, not go to work today. I'll see you later. Well, it's, honey, I'm going to go protest and I may never come home again. Okay. Other measures work like this. The Gestapo would come to the house at odd hours when the guy, his name came up on an investigation for being in the underground trying to overthrow the Nazis in some country. And they'd come, they'd pick them up, they'd take them to the dungeons, and they would beat them and torture them and everything. And then sometimes they take the wife. So Iran could start doing witch hunts, not only on the people that were actively involved in these protests and planning them and engineering them and so forth, but getting their families and taking them into the dungeons. Iran has started doing the dungeon job because they arrested 200 people, protesters. Now, if the protests are strong, what they're going to do is liberate the jail. They're going to go get the prison guards to leave, and they're going to open up the gates and let everybody out. And Iran knows they're going to try to do that. So they might put artillery by the jail. The jail would normally have heavy machine guns. I don't know what they'll do. All right. If Trump waits too long, and too long is a handful of days, kids, what'll happen is Iran will suppress the revolution. You'll see city by city fewer people go to the demonstrations. Burning of buildings comes to an end, stuff like that. Then what's Trump do? So in other words, Iran's running around making statements. The protesters have been curtailed and revolutionaries, whatever they want to call them, and it stopped. Internet and telephone service and electricity is restored, and peace is back in Iran. What does Trump do? Attack them then? That looked pretty bad. Because he can't say he's attacking them for any reason except other than to overthrow the Iranian government. We do know that Trump and his military are discussing target packages. What to do. Trump is now at the point where he's going to help. Putting sanctions on Iran is going to be a joke. They're already sanctioned to the teeth. Now, this is the complication, and this is why you have to prepare yourself for the fact that Trump may do nothing. I don't think he will. I think he's going to do something, but it's possible that he just punks out. Like many months now, he's been saying, well, Hamas going to disarm the easy way or the hard way, and he's done nothing. Okay? And he's like this frequently. All his threats on Venezuela, what he did was a kidnapping. And is attacking drug-carrying boats, which can't defend themselves. And they probably are drug-carrying boats. And oil tankers that are evading sanctions. Okay. Did he go in and take over Venezuela? No, he can't. He would need, probably close to 1 million or 1 million troops to invade and occupy Venezuela. He's not going to do that. So what is he going to do? Well, he's going to try to use fear tactics to get free elections, I think, and manage these free elections in a way where he wins the election or his people win. When that happens, the new president will have a meeting with the oil companies of America, give them assurances and all that. And then the game goes to the conclusion stages. But he hasn't done that yet, and he hasn't put anywhere near the amount of troops there to do it. The only thing he's got force for is strikes to blow up the military of Venezuela, to wreck the infrastructure of the government, perhaps blow government buildings up, destroy the ports, the piers, and they could even go to killing the oil refineries and having to rebuild them if he wants. But he never really got a revolution going over there. He was looking for not a revolution there. He was looking for new elections or something. Okay. So does it look like he's going to have to go use military exercises and attack in Venezuela? Well, maybe. There's invading and occupying, and there's just doing air attacks and missile attacks and special forces attacks. Venezuela might have gotten weapons from Russia, China, North Korea, whatever, that could be hitting the United States. Okay, it definitely could have happened. But they may be afraid of doing it because they don't have, 1,200 of these missiles and they could launch them all in 1 hour and devastate the United States. That, I would say, there's no chance of that. So they got a few missiles and they could hurt the United States, and then what? Well, the Congress is going to get scared and they're going to launch Trump. And then Trump's going to, send 300 or 400 aircraft down to Venezuela. I mean, missiles are going to be rolling and drones and bombs. And Venezuela goes into dark ages. So they might have these weapons, but they're afraid to use them because they're not Muslim terrorists, and they're wondering what happens after I use these. They're not very interested in going around having an Allah Akbar party and waiting for America to come turn them into martyrs and get their 70 virgins. They don't play that way. So they're trying to look for a way out of this mess. And so far, I do not see them taking it. They're trying to maintain their sovereignty, and Trump ain't buying it. Trump said he wants to run Venezuela until they can get a good election in, which is a puppet election. So if Trump has to wait 2 weeks or longer to attack Iran, it's going to fail. Because there's not going to be a resistance or a revolution left anymore. They'll be afraid to do anything. 20, 30,000 go to a demonstration and 500 or 600 die before the others run away. And that happens in many cities every day. The people have to change their approach. Going out in the street openly and protesting is no longer viable. What are they going to do? Well, if Trump gives them weapons, it changes things. I'll bet you dollars to donuts that if the Shah gets into office again, the kid, he's not going to go tell the people, this is what he won't do. Well, we got to make sure this doesn't happen again. So what we're doing is we're going to open up gun control. And basically, if you're not a Muslim, you're going to be able to buy a gun. And go get your AK-47. Keep at least 300 or 400 rounds of ammo. And that's it. Or then he could build up a militia with 2 or 3 million people like that. But how does he know who's a Muslim and who's not? So what he's going to do instead, you're not going to see this. What you are going to see is this wonderful son of the Shah is going to confiscate the guns if he ever gets in control and go for extreme gun control. Predominantly because he's going to be afraid of getting killed and thrown out of office. Gun control is always the worst thing. because it invites the government to become the big criminals. Wyatt Earp in the old days, he used to put signs up, when he was a lawman, no guns in town, and you had to check your guns at a saloon or a hotel over to him. If you got caught wearing a gun and the judge was there, which wasn't every day, all day, but he was there some days. Now, in some of the bigger cities, they had a judge all the time. The lawman would arrest the guy carrying the gun, parade him into the judge. He might have to wait. The judge would hear the case and give him a fine. The judge might fine him $5 or $10 or 10 days in jail. So if he can't pay the fine, he's got to go sit in the jail for 10 days or maybe 3 days or something. Make it inconvenient to the guy so he knows the next time he goes into town, he doesn't come with guns or he checks the guns. And then when he leaves, he gets the guns back. So bars liked it because they got the guy to come into the bar. And while he's there, may as well have a drink, right? And it also meant when people came into the bar, they wouldn't be able to carry their guns. Marshall Earp was big on that. Now, Earp worked as a lawman at many different locations in different capacities. When, let's say, the average person might make $25, $35 a month, he might get paid $250 a month, maybe $400 even. So they were well paid. He was basically a mercenary for the community. And Earp had brothers that were good lawmen that worked with him also. So they were high paid. Well, they eventually, as he got older, you can't be a lawman in the, 1870s, 1880s, even 1890s, unless, it was a young guy's job. You had to be very aggressive. You had to be able to fight. And you had to be able to know how to use a gun. This business of two people squaring off in the street and drawing their guns, actually, there was just one instance of this ever recorded. That the Hollywood people created this. They never did that. Did they go around killing each other? Yeah, but they, what Hollywood shows is people line up on the streets. It's a broad street. What happened to narrow streets 15 feet wide? Well, this is a 40 or 50 foot wide street, right? And they're going to, each walk 10 or 25 paces, whatever, and then turn around and whoever draws first. Yeah, it's too stupid to consider. How does that work? And none of these guys would be able to hit the other guy. But would people line up on the street with children and watch this? You got to be kidding me. There'd be stray bullets flying. Guys lose control of their weapon and they go to the side. Somebody gets hit, the bullet goes to the side. Somebody falls down, the bullet goes to the side. Anything could happen, and the bullet goes and hits bystanders. So the bystanders would all be gone. Would they go and hide in a wood storefront? that wouldn't stop anything more than a 22? No. They'd get the heck out of there. Would they want this? Would the storekeepers want? No, they tell the sheriff to end it. There are no gunfights here. If you do gunfights, you're both going to jail. They didn't do that. It was too dangerous. You hit the horses. You hit people in the hotels, in the restaurants, in the dry goods store. We're ridiculous. What did they do? They waited for the guy they hated to come out of the bar or something, and they followed him. And if it was safe, they'd kill him in the street at night. Maybe they'd go into his hotel room and try to kill him without firing a gun. Sneak up on him, stab him, smash his head open, anything, right? Did they have fights in the bar? Yeah. You have people there getting drunk as skunks, and they start accusing each other of cheating, insulting them, looking at them funny, spilling something on them, anything like that. And what would they do? They'd probably start fighting with their fists. And if it got overboard, one of the people in the fight may produce a weapon, like a knife, a Bowie knife, or a Derringer, a small gun, and shoot the other guy. There was no fair gunfight. That was Hollywood. The other thing they could do is go out of town. And if they know the guy lives on a ranch out of town, he goes home at night. The horse probably knows the way. It's dark. The horse ain't trotting or running. It's too dark for that. The horse is walking nice and calm. And they ambush the guy and shoot him. They didn't have ballistics. If there was no witnesses, they didn't know who did it. The chances are the guy that did it, after he killed the guy, would probably, if he didn't live there, just take off and not come back. Or if he lived there, he'd go home and make believe nothing ever happened, Maybe they'd hang him anyway. Who knows? They had all kinds of trick guns. They had guns in their vest pocket, little small guns. So if they thought the guy was cheating, or the guy maybe he's going to pull a gun on them or something, they'd shoot him in the bar, shoot him at the table. If they saw a guy cheating, they kept Bowie knives up here behind their head. He grabs a Bowie knife and comes down and cracks the guy. He could take his arm off, crack his head open. These were very rare, but they had guns that were on your sleeve, a 1 or 2 shot Derringer. And you threw it out like that, and the thing would fly out and come right out to your hand, and then you just cocked it and fired it. Those were illegal. They had blackjacks and billy clubs, and they would just, smack the guy in the head with it sometimes out in the street, knock him out, break his ribs, rob him probably. So when Wyatt Earp retired, he went someplace and he set up what was called a faro game. Faro was a type of cards that were popular back then. I don't know the rules of the game. Faro was basically you against the house. It wasn't like 5 or 6 guys sitting at a table and having a card game. That could be somebody in the card game is a shill, that's a Satan bot, and using the demons to spy on the other guy what kind of cards he has. Okay? Like when he picks up his card, there's a demon there watching the cards and tells him. So how is this guy not going to win? Well, he's probably going to win most of the time. And they had other people that knew how to deal dirty with the deck. So while they were dealing, they could win, but when they weren't dealing, how did they win? You know? So the Pharaoh was the ultimate card playing for a Satan bot, because he's basically dealing, I believe, and he's betting against the client or the customer. So, am I telling you Wyatt Earp was the Satan bot? Yep. Or he would have got broke at the Pharaoh game. Somebody that, you know, he wouldn't. Yeah, he would have went broke. So, yeah, he was a witch. And a lot of them, what they did was they tried to win gunfights without shooting. All right, shut up. Shut up. Hey. Sorry. Hey. Stop it. So, a lot of them got reputations for being killers, and they worked as lawmen, and they confronted the bad guys, and the bad guy was like, "Oh, this is Bat Masterson." Yeah, it was a real Bat Masterson. And it was a real Wyatt Earp in him. Oh, you know, I'm not going to go against him, right? Yet these guys never went in the street and squared off with each other and had lightning fast draws. It never happened. Now, starting probably around 1950, people started doing enactments where they dress up like cowboys and they have contests where they would draw a cowboy-style revolver with a cowboy-style holster and belt with a timing clock, and they managed to be able to draw and fire the gun and hit a target in like half a second. You know, a close target. So they're practicing for Old West gunfights that never happened. Go figure. If it makes them happy, fine. But that's never what was going on. They never did that. Why would two people, I mean, in the old days, they did it with fencing. They would challenge each other and have a fencing duel, and sometimes the guy that lost died, sometimes he didn't. And they did it also with the dueling pistols, which were black powder guns, single shot. So I guess those were Europeans. They were actually doing it for their honor, but that wasn't the case in the Old West. There wasn't any honor they were going for, you know. They depict everybody going in the saloons all the time. What the saloons looked like in reality, if you go to Google and look at the old pictures of them, they were rather small. They were dirty, dingy places. They had a bar, they had bartenders, and they had liquor behind the bar, and they had a few tables, and they had sawdust on the floor, and they had spittoons. And generally, poor people, not the wealthy, were in there, you know, playing. Now, the other thing they had was they had more elaborate places that did have gambling, and they did serve food, and they did have shows. And they had, you know, security guys to protect the place. They had pianos, organs, all kinds of stuff going on, you know. bar girls that, would try to get the guy to buy him drinks and get him drunk. And I imagine in most cases they were prostitutes. And they'd go upstairs or downstairs and take care of business. And some of them had live shows that were elaborate, like dancers, comedians, magicians. And they had a stage in the place. And these were the more elaborate places. That was like the 1920s or 30s, where people would go out to a restaurant that had an orchestra and a dance floor, and people would go out and dance, and they had singers with and without the orchestra. They had probably demonstration dancers. All kinds of artists were there. And, that would be, how people went out. Today, people go out just for dinner. But then people would dress to the nines, and they would go out for the show. So they would go out and they would, be out 2-3 hours. Nobody really goes out to eat for 2 or 3 hours. You might be there 45 minutes or something, an hour maybe. But they would, they would go sit there, they'd have drinks and talk and watch, and then start ordering food, they'd eat. Then they'd have drinks or coffee or both and dance, and, they'd stay most of the night. Well, that was the upper class. That was the trend. And they had, more famous nightclubs than others that they would go to. And, the guy running the place had to have top tier entertainment, and he had to have top drawer food, and the place had to be gorgeous, or people wouldn't come. They go somewhere else. And it was mostly frequented by Satan bots, owned, operated, controlled, run by Satan bots, and they were mostly the ones that could afford it. And the Great Depression, and in the 20s there was no Great Depression, so probably a lot of other people afforded it. And that's kind of how it went. If you look back into the 30s at the luxury cars that the people in America drove, like Cadillacs and stuff, like the late 30s, where the Depression was kind of over already and the modernization. So like in 1937, 38, 39, pre-World War II, Cadillacs were incredibly good cars. They drove smooth. They had V12, and they basically took 2 6-cylinders together and made it a V12, and then they took 2 8-cylinders and made them a V16. And the V12s would come in at about 150 horsepower, which was pretty anemic. And the weight of the car was pretty substantial. I guess the V16 probably came in at about 200, 220. It would have been perhaps a little bit quicker. But these were not snappy cars, but none of them really were back then. They didn't really have a lot of acceleration, and they had Duesenbergs and Cords and stuff that would go pretty quick, 120, 130. But the tires and the brakes and the suspension were archaic. You had to be nuts to go that fast, but people did it. But the Cadillac was basically a luxury car for use around town. So you had a chauffeur, and he would have a chauffeur compartment. You had an intercom. They had pull-out seats, or fold-back seats for extra passengers in the rear. The rear seat people had their own radio, so the chauffeur couldn't mess with it. They had a button they would push, and I think they had to hold it, and it would open an intercom with the chauffeur in his area in the front. And the thing was when you shut the door, it was like closing a tank. The suspension gave you a nice smooth ride. The quietness was extremely quiet. They were really good cars. They didn't have, I don't think they had air conditioning or electric windows. They didn't have door locks. They didn't have much. I mean, there wasn't much going on back then. It was just a roomy, really comfortable car. And they didn't go that fast back then. Probably most of the roads where they were running at 50 back in the 30s, they probably rarely went over 50 miles an hour. The difference between 50 and 70 is huge for safety with those kind of cars. There's a big difference. And they were, if you were going to use it in, let's say, Manhattan, and you were going to drive around town or San Francisco, there was really that's what they were for. Like it would, you'd get in at your house and your chauffeur would take you to work or a restaurant or the store or where your boat was or whatever. So what does Trump do? This is the breakdown. If Trump does nothing, Iran's going to whoop the protesters, and then Trump's going to be sitting there like, what do I do now? And he has no good move at that point. What's he going to do? Attack them when the protests are over and they got control? I don't know. That's not attacking them over the protests anymore because it's finished. Yeah, it's a payback, it's retribution, it's getting even, but that's not going to hold water very well. So is Trump prepared enough to strike them now? He might be with airstrikes, but he's got so many problems here with this. It's not exactly fair to hold it against Trump here for anything other than opening his big mouth for something he can't deliver on. If he starts doing anything with them, they're going to launch missiles at his air bases and the oil countries, their refineries and ports and piers to ship oil in and out. They might hit Israel, but again, I think they're probably at about 75% not hitting Israel. Because if they don't hit Israel, Israel's not going to likely join in. Okay? Israel is not positioning itself in Trump's shoes and sitting there and saying, if you don't leave the people of Iran alone, we're going to attack you. No, Israel's not saying that. Israel's saying stuff along the lines of, well, we like the people of Iran and we wish them all the success in their revolution, that sort of thing. Not exactly that, but that's where it's going. So the last thing Israel wants is another fight with Iran wants is another fight with Israel because Israel's going to really give it to them again. Only this time, Israel is going to give it to their military, and Israel's going to probably take rockets, missiles, and that's a problem. So how does Trump go in and do this? Anything he does with leaving the ballistic missile facilities intact, forget the nuke stuff. They got no nukes. That stuff's going to get launched, even at Europe. The woman in charge of the European Commission, or whatever they call themselves, she opened up her mouth. They might fire on her. He can hit Europe. Iran can hit Europe. They can't. I don't believe that. We've covered this. Their missiles fired from Iran are more than likely, I would say, probably with a 95 degrees sense of certainty, they're not going to hit America. Okay. Could they hit the UK? Probably not. Maybe, I don't think so. Could they hit France or? Nah, I don't think so. Canada, of course not. It's like America. Okay, so what Trump would want to do, but I don't know if he's going down this road or not, is raise a coalition of, 5, 6, 8, 10 people or countries and go in and hit Iran. That would meet scripture, because scripture says the enemies, plural, of Iran destroy her. Okay, so does Trump have any coalition now? Well, he's got Israel, he's got America, and he might have the European Union, and he might have the UK, high probability, and France, I don't know, maybe, and Germany, maybe, and Italy, maybe. And he might have been talking to these people behind the scenes, and they're going to come in with him. But it's going to take a lot of jets and a lot of extensive bombing with high power, you're going to need huge bombs, really massive bunker buster bombs to get those missile cities taken out. He could take an approach of just leaving the missile cities alone and bombing as many of the Iranian military bases, intelligence centers, ports, piers, airports, train depots as possible, the soft targets. And if you get enough of those, the ballistic cities may not get used or used heavily. You see what I'm saying? If the government is blown up, who's launching out of the missile cities? The military would be running away. They don't take great pleasure in staying holed up in a missile city for 20 years. They're going to try to run away. So there is another way to do it. Trump could try arming we the people protesters of Iran, but it's one thing to have a weapon, it's another thing to know how to use the weapon. What would make a meaningful dent over there is probably, if you could bring in 25,000 weapons a week, you're going to cause more and more trouble for Iran. The 100,000 or 200,000 weapons would be the big thing. Of course, the Shah's son will pull his hair out over that one, because he knows it'll take him decades to get all those weapons confiscated again. People will take them and plaster them inside their walls and their sofas and their floorboards. They will never want to give those weapons up, because they'll be afraid of a resurgence of the mullahs. They're burning the mosques. Yeah. Some guy at the London Iranian embassy climbed up on some balcony or something. He was filmed and took the Iranian flag down or something. He might have put one of their flags up. I can't recall. That was the show. Why was there no security people there to stop this? That's another question. Maybe they didn't know what was going on because he did it from the balcony. I don't know. So you got to see Trump strike fast. What would strike fast be? I think the latest would be the end of this week, like Friday. I think that's the latest. You think Iran isn't going to go out and kill hundreds or thousands of protesters today? Oh, they will. And how many deaths do you think these protesters are going to tolerate from Iran before they throw the towel in? And they're afraid to show up at the protests. Nobody has an exact number, but it's going to be pretty soon. What good does it do them to come with an AK-47 to the protest if Iran sends drones to attack them? See, they're outgunned. The real answer is America got to help them. And how the heck is America going to help them? Because there's a real problem. As soon as the only thing Iran understands is kill them. Okay, they don't understand anything else. If you threaten them, you're weak and you have nothing. If you kill them and you keep killing them, then eventually they'll come to you and say, "Okay, let's make up." All right, and then they'll wait to try to stab you again in the back at another occasion. So. So the bottom line is, let's see if Trump pulls through and delivers and does something to Iran. Now, him and the Pentagon and the SEALs and the Green Berets and the Delta and the Recon Marines, they might be able to dream something up that I haven't thought of. And they've got technology that we don't know about, and they might be able to do something else to Iran. For instance, if they could knock out the Mullah and his motley crew, small group of people, then who's going to give the order to fire the ballistic missiles? It's just one instance of maybe something they could come up with. I don't know. I would say with great certainty, America is never going to do a ground invasion in Iran. They would need to put twice the soldiers there that America has in total, and they just can't do that. They don't have them. It's impossible. Could Trump and 4 or 5 other countries assemble an army? Yeah, but they never will. I don't think you'll ever see that. If you want to stop those ballistic missiles from doing a lot of damage quickly, you'd have to, maybe if you put hundreds of planes together, 300, and you bomb their missile cities constantly with 2,000-pound bombs, and you'd be eroding every time a bomb blew up. It would take some of the rock layer away. And if you were doing it around the clock, maybe after 8 or 10 hours, your bombs would penetrate and be the end of the suicide of the missile city. Also, you're going to get a certain amount of mileage out of hitting. The missile cities have to have openings where the missiles come out and fly out. So if you bomb the openings, that's the end of the missile city. That's another way to go. It's tough. And I've got to tell you, I have a certain degree of concern that Trump may not do anything and just drive these people on, and he's going to cause 40, 50,000 people to get killed before this protest is over, maybe 200,000. And then there's going to be a witch hunt for years with the Iranians trying to root out all the people that went to protests and were active and all that. They're going to try to get them all and punish them and keep them from government work and don't think Trump may not just punk out and do nothing. That's his modus operandi frequently. Don't think it's beyond something he would do. I would expect it, but I don't know in this case if that's what he's really going to do. I think he's committed, but then again, he was committed with Hamas. Now, what the bum might do is tell Israel to go attack Iran, but Netanyahu's not capable of accomplishing much because Netanyahu can't bomb those missile cities. We don't have capability to carry 5,000-pound bombs, nor do I think we have very many of them at all. And it's not going to work. So Trump's just telling Israel will go into failure, and then we're going to be getting attacks from Iran. And I don't know if that's what Netanyahu is looking for. I don't know. Now Trump is running around talking crazy with, we got to own Greenland to defend ourselves against China and Russia. There's always Chinese and Russian ships off Greenland. What he's afraid is that China would move into Greenland, or Russia, or both of them. I don't think that's really... Could it happen? Sure. Do I think that's really the motive that Trump's concerned with? No. So Trump's oil people in America don't have enough confidence in the situation to invest large amounts of money in Venezuela. You know, Trump had aircraft and stuff in that British island in the Indian Ocean, not that far from the Persian Gulf. Maybe he still has planes there. See, we don't know. He might still have them there. The Kurds were bust out of where they were fighting against the Syrian army, so I believe that came to an end. But now America's taken to bombing Syria. Are we seeing America help the government of Syria keep ISIS out of there? Well, that's illogical to me because we're told he was ISIS and Al Qaeda. So why is he trying to get his own benefactors out of there? See what I'm saying? It doesn't quite click. So I think the Kurds fighting the Syrian army is history now. I think it came to an end yesterday. But that doesn't mean it won't start up again. How many times can Trump run around telling people he's going to do this, that, and the other and never do it? I don't know. He thinks he's got an unlimited amount of times he can do that. Hospital people are saying that the hospitals in Iran are overworked with dead people and seriously injured people, courtesy of the government of Iran. So Trump got called out. Let's see what he does. The reason Iran went through with this is they calculated Trump would do nothing. I don't know if Trump's going to announce anything to us like, oh, we've reached a final conclusion as to what we should do and we're going to do it. No, I think Trump will do it and then tell us about it afterward, which would be the smarter thing to do. Now, we also need to understand Trump got to be prepared for the Strait of Hormuz, i.e., the Persian Gulf pincher point, being brought into it because the Iran will likely try to shut the Persian Gulf using the Straits of Hormuz to do it because it doesn't want to see warships come in on the coast of Iran in the Persian Gulf, and it also the heck is this junk? It also wants to shut the oil down. So it could shut 20% of the world's oil down. And they're well equipped to shut the Persian Gulf down. And what are the chances of them shutting the Persian Gulf down if Trump starts attacking them? Oh, I would say 80, 90%. So I don't know what Trump's going to do about that. Maybe Trump is thinking if we hit him hard enough, there'll be nothing left to shut down. I don't know. What the so-called investment banker people are saying, like Goldman Sachs, now these guys are conservative. They're going to downgrade it to not cause panic, okay? Oil prices could skyrocket, surging past 150 per barrel, which is about two and a half times what it sells for now. It sells for a little less than 60, 150, 120 is double plus 30, so it's much higher. But energy analysts, I'm reading this to you, warned that a full blockade could cause oil prices to double instantly. And Goldman Sachs, which they call Goldie, and his nickname is Goldie. Financial institutions estimate that prices could easily reach $150 or $200 per barrel, driving inflation and fuel costs worldwide within days. Now, is that accurate? Yes, but there's a lot of people that talk about it going up to $300, and there's some that say 500. Now, none of us really know, okay? But let's take a quick look at what the oil and not the, well, let's just look at the gold and the silver right now. That'll tell us a lot. If the gold and the silver is up, then we'll go do the oil. But oil is probably still around 55, I'm thinking. But we could check that too. All right. Let's take a look. Okay, our gold is looking somewhat stronger, $4,508, not breaking the record. And silver's $79.84. This is right now. Platinum is at $22.60, where maybe 2 months ago, it was about $1,600. So platinum is actually showing a climb. Palladium is at 1,800. I don't bother with any of that stuff. And rhodium is 94.50. I don't bother with that. Okay. Rhodium, I think they use as a metal to coat other metals, something like that. All right. Let's see what we can. Let me get up now. All right, let me send this to get it for me. Now, current price, barrel, crude oil. Let AI find the price. $59 to $61. The Brent, which is Europe, is 62 to 64. That's not really, it's some movement, but not that much. So if you're looking at it going to 300, that means the price of oil at the pump goes up by 5. Okay. So let's see, what is America? Okay. U.S. average gas prices retail at the pump, $2.88 to $2.99. National average for regular, well, let's take a conservative approach. We'll do $2.90. Okay, we'll downgrade it a little bit. Just give it a chance. Okay. So, well, the numbers are going to be easier. If it's times 5, it's $15 a gallon. Okay. And I believe that to be within reality. So, how many people in America are going to be able to drive to work at $15 a gallon? They're going to have to carpool, get like at least 3 people, then they'll manage. Now, somebody making $195,000 a year is just going to go, oh, well, gas costs more, you know? But the other people aren't. You know, somebody making $60,000, $70,000, it's going to really hurt. You know, to be conservative, let's say somebody, a conservative commuter is going through 4 gallons a day. So they're paying $60 a day. or just for the commute time, $1,200 a month just for commute gas, not the so with their other gas that might be 1,500, 1,600. How many budgets of people can tolerate that? Even if someone has a gross income of $6,000 or $7,000 a month before taxes, it's still a ton of money. Airfares, on short flights might go up $25. On long flights might go up $150. They're not going to be cheap. Hold on, something's not right with the phone. No, it looks right. Oh, the sound wasn't on. No, it might have been on. I don't know what happened. It just vibrated. I don't get that. I don't know. It's weird. I felt the thing vibrate. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I felt it vibrating for. Oh, it got a, yeah, I guess that might have been it. A WhatsApp came through or something. I don't know. Let me take a look and see what's going on. Oh. Oh, good. My wife ordered some sweaters from Europe, and they're going to be here today. And I ordered some supplements, and they're going to be here. And that's good. So we're really, okay, let's say Trump hits Iran. Okay. What happens? I figure the world goes nuts right then and there. And that could happen today or tomorrow or Wednesday or whatever, right? Iran will try, this is my opinion, but I think I'm very often right about these things, okay? I think, not 100%, but I'm often right. Am I prophesying? No, I'm not. I think, does the Lord show me stuff? Yeah, but did he show me anything absolute, concrete, cut and clear here? No, he didn't. But I do believe something's going to happen because I started getting it into my head. Oh, no, we're going to be here forever. It's never going to stop. And the Lord was telling me, no, hold on. You're going overboard here. But he didn't get very specific at all. So what would happen is they'll hit the American bases in the Middle East. They'll hit the countries that have oil, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, and Saudi will get hit, and the Yemen will be in the fight, and Iran will be in the fight, and Iraq will be in the fight. It'll be a big deal. And I do believe oil will soar. I don't know how it could not soar. And if oil soars, what happens to gold and silver? They soar because of all the insecurity, instability, fear that comes as a result of the oil soaring in price. The gold and silver goes. And then what else is going to happen? You're going to have inflation across the board. Everything you eat. Yeah, okay, clothing and furniture, but most of you are not going to buy furniture. Most of you are not going to buy clothing. You're not going to, buy things unless there's an absolute need. If your hose breaks for the garden, you'll buy a new hose, and you pay more, most likely. Uh, if you need to buy a towel, you'll buy it. But you're not going to say, "Oh, these are nice towels. Let me get a set. I could use it." You're going to do it out of sheer outright necessities. You're not going to go out and buy shoes if your existing shoes are working, or jeans, or you're going to keep what you got. You're not going to buy a car. You'll keep your car. Okay, if you got to commute 100 miles a day or even 60 miles a day, and you've got a very gas burning SUV or pickup, you might want to trade it for an economical car, but you're going to be hurting because the trade-in value, or the resale value for existing uh, gas burning car is going to go down probably by 25 to 50%. Will electric cars be a better move? Yeah, probably for a lot of people they will. Uh, will the price of electricity go up? Yes and no. May not, because they can make it without gas. It depends in different way you are, in the world. Is it going to raise healthcare prices and stuff? Not too much, no. Um, one of the problems you got with healthcare is you got hospitals. And the people in the hospital that all work there want to get paid a lot of money because they're in healthcare. So nurses are making let's see what an RN makes in America. I haven't. I've looked in many years. Um, Average salary for a registered nurse in the United States working in a hospital. $100,000 to $110,000 a year. $50 to $55 an hour. Okay. What do you call the guy, the X-ray operator? It's a radiologist, right? Okay. Average pay for a radiologist in a hospital in America. That's a doctor that just reads X-rays, looks at X-rays all day long. $500,000 a year. Now, what is an X-ray operator? That's what I was going for, but I don't remember the word they use for that anymore. I don't live in America. How many times? Okay. How much yearly salary does a X-ray operator make in a hospital? Oh, the word is radiologic technician. I knew a guy a long time ago that did one of these things. He was in the 80s. He made very good money. They get $77,000 a year. I don't know how long they go to school. Let's take a look. How long is the education period to be an X-ray operator, not a medical doctor? $18 to 24 months. Oh, I didn't know it was that long. I thought it was shorter. Let's see. What does a medical billing clerk get in a hospital? Okay, we'll do that next. What is the average yearly salary for a medical billing person working in a hospital? $45,000 to $50,000 a year. And everybody that works there wants to make a good living. Let's see what a orderly. What is the average salary for an orderly working in a hospital in America? $37,000 to $39,000 a year. Now, let me play this with you a different way. Okay, watch. What is the average salary for a registered nurse working in a hospital in New York City, Atlanta, and Dallas? We'll check some big cities and see what they pay and give you a better idea here. New York City, average $104,000 to $105,000 a year. Atlanta, 87,000, and Dallas lower, 81,000. Oh, isn't that variant? Okay, let's see what a average yearly salary for a cardiac surgeon working in a hospital in America. $380,000 to $400,000. That's working in a hospital. Now, what is the average annual earnings for a cardiac surgeon not working full-time for a hospital? $800,000 to $850,000 a year. often with experience. Okay, so you see, the ones that work in a hospital are the kind that they don't want to have a private practice for a number of reasons. Why? Well, for one, the hospital gives them malpractice insurance. They don't have to worry about that, which could be a problem if they have claims. Number two, they don't have to worry about a secretary, an office, and dealing with all that stuff. Number three, they don't have to worry about medical billing. They don't have to deal with that. Okay. Uh, they get a paid vacation, which is not the case when you're in private practice. Nobody's paying you when you're not working. And they don't have to buy their health insurance. The hospital can be positioned to give them a funny kind of health insurance that the hospital gives them most of the insurance, and then they get a funny kind of insurance if they're traveling or the hospital can't provide it or something like that. So they get a pretty darn good health plan. So if they're working at the place and somebody in the family has acne, they just have them come in and see the hospital's dermatology department and get treated. Uh, and some of them will have it set up so they don't have to do that. They can, but they don't have. And, this gives them a clear path towards working, 30 years and retiring, or some of them work 35 or 40 years. Where in private practice, they could do that, but then they got to put money away every year into their pension plan. You know, it's a funny thing. Now, are there cardiac surgeons that make 5 million a year? Yeah, the ones that do the tough work and all that. Yeah, yeah. And then you got plastic surgeons, and you got orthopedic surgeons, and you got neurosurgeons, and you got this surgeon and that surgeon, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The nurses are pulling down more. Like, if you're an operating room nurse, you're going to get higher pay. I was pulling the average. If you're there 15, 18 years, you're going to get higher pay if it's a private hospital, if it's a hospital. Uh, so, how many years do you have to go to school to be an RN? 2 years. I got out of MBA school, so I had to go to 4 years of college, and I got a 1 year master's in business. It's now 2 years, but when I did it in 3 semesters. And that's another story. It's much harder now. And you got to take more courses usually, which is good for the university. The students got to buy more tuition. um, MBA school doesn't teach the average student anything except to work for a big corporation. What I got out of it was the marketing department was guys working for, well, one guy working for BART. BART was like the equivalent of like a New York City subway system, underground transportation and above ground in the Bay Area. I mean, this is like going to marketing school and somebody teaching you how to get a job at the post office and selling stamps inside the post office. Okay, this is not a marketing. This is a moron. Okay, this is a bureaucrat. This is stupid. This is dumb. But that's who was teaching marketing to us. Ridiculous. I took accounting, so I got 2 semesters of accounting courses crammed into one, and I did really good at that. Now, I liked learning accounting for business because it made you were able to generate a profit and loss statement, operating expenses. You knew what was going on. When I studied it, we didn't have computers. I'm old, okay? So we didn't even have handheld calculators. I'm old. So we used to get a problem every week that took, sometimes 9 hours to make it. I mean, a page after page after page. If I did it with a calculator today, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know, nothing. If I did it with a computer, 15 seconds. If I put it in an artificial intelligence app and I said, this is what I got and this is what I want to know, boom, it would be a few seconds. I'm an old antiquated education, right? All right. So what it did teach me is it taught me finance. I took a course in stocks and bonds. I learned that. I took a course in production management. Didn't help very much. It helped a little. I could understand how you'd set up a factory somewhat, but it didn't help much at all. Very limited. Uh, various courses. I took one in tax. Took management and different things like that, and it helped me. I realized shortly after some years of working, after a few years of working, that I had to go out on my own. It was just ridiculous, but I picked up enough from uh, the MBA education to understand how to run a business. Now, I was working mostly for very wealthy people that had private businesses. Like one guy, we had a 50,000 square foot warehouse in the paper business. He says, you want to save money, turn off every other light bulb in the warehouse. You're not going to learn that in business school. If you bring that up, they're going to say, oh, you'll get sued. You'll get the union after you. You'll get workers' comp after you. You can't, But, that's how the old school guys, these are the guys that fought in the military in World War II that were building America. That's how they thought. Satan bots, of course. So, you know, that's so I look at the hospitals and everybody that works in healthcare wants to make a lot of money, you know. So to be an RN, you got to go to school for 2 years and you make over 100 grand a year in some cases, or 80 or 100. Now, when you're talking about somebody who worked in a hospital for 20 years, let's say 15 years, okay, let's see what they make, okay? Average salary for a registered nurse working in a hospital in America for 15 years. Okay, now from 11 to 15 years, it goes up to 130. It goes from 95,000 to $130,000 a year. Okay, now let's try it again. Same thing, but let's make it 20 years of service in the hospital. Yeah, they're not getting specific. It could go over 130,000. Wait a minute. All right. So they seem to peak out at 130,000. But let me give you some ideas here. Let's say a man or a woman gets out of high school at 18. That's pretty reasonable, right? They go to a junior college, which is very easy. I've looked at what these nursing books look like. Gosh, it's easy. Okay. It's easy. And they get, they go for 2 years. Now they're 20 years old. Let's say 21. They get a job as an RN. They start at 70, 80,000, something like that. 70 probably. That's a good starting pay. And in 15 years, where let's say they're 36 years old, they're making 130. They're not old. So why didn't people learn to go become a nurse? Well, because they never used to. When I was getting my MBA, I mean, nurses were getting, I don't know, what were they getting? $30,000, $25,000, $30,000, say 32, 33. They weren't making that kind of money. Maybe someone that knew surgical or something like that could make a 2 or 3 or 4,000 more. Now let's see what a physician's assistant and a nurse practitioner make. This should rock you. Okay. What is the average annual salary for a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant working in a hospital in America? Okay, a nurse practitioner is 125 to 130 a year. That's not after 30 years. That's like right away. And the salary range for a nurse practitioner goes up to $170,000 a year. You're listening to this? $170,000 a year. Physician assistant is about 130,000. And their range goes up to 180,000. Now, if I got this right, a nurse practitioner, she can, or he can work in the doctor's office without the doctor there giving out prescriptions that this person has a number, they can write the prescription and the person could go to the drugstore and fill it. But they're under the doctor's responsible for them. Now, they have specialties. They could be psychiatry, maybe work for a surgeon or a pediatrician, different specialties, right? And they actually, what they want them to do is get a 4-year degree as an RN, okay? And then they got to work for, I think, 3 years and then go to school for 2 years and they become a nurse practitioner. They're almost a doctor, okay? The physician's assistant is a much quicker course of action. Physician's assistant, I think it's 4 or 5 years of school straight through. I don't believe you got to work as a nurse or anything like that. Then you get out as a physician assistant. Physician assistants are trained to work in an operating room. When the doctor finishes the operation, he can tell the physician's assistant to close, and they can stitch up and close the site of the operation. So they make even more than nurse practitioners So instead of just getting a college degree and, not knowing, would you like fries with that, sir? You can become a physician's assistant and you're making, up to $180,000 a year. See, there's an overpayment going to medical people. You understand that? Because they think that they got to be paid more. And the drug companies go for it because they want to create an elitist atmosphere for the licensed medical practitioners who basically have to listen to the drug companies. So there's an imbalance of payments here. You see it? It's very, very high. And it's not in every country to the extent it is in America, but in many countries, it's sort of that way. I'll be right back. Take a quick break. Hi. Hi, Mommy Joe. I heard your Mommy. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You see, this whole thing with the medical is going crazy. Everybody that works in medical wants to get overpaid. I'll tell you, becoming a doctor is very grueling. Most of the doctors that I've known, and I have known some, and I've got them in the family, distant family, but heck is this? They're frequently nuts. Okay. They're very frequently nuts. Some more so than others, you know. Um, Psychiatrists, I've come across a few of them. They're really goners. I never ran into a psychiatrist in my life. I never saw a psychiatrist professionally ever, but I've known them and run into them, and I've never saw one that even resembled normal. They're gone, in my opinion, you know. Um, Doctors become, a lot of them don't get out of school till they're, well, here's the breakdown. 18, you're out of high school. Okay, let's go with that. 22, you're out of college. 26, you're out of medical school. 27, you're finished with your internships. You actually have a license to practice medicine, but the only people likely to want to hire you like that would be a doc in the box, government agencies, stuff like that. They don't get really good jobs. Um, they they usually have to get a specialty, so that's typically 3 years, and then sometimes 7. So they're 30 to 34 years old when they get out. Okay, so their young years was spent studying, working in clinics and hospitals, and it's really a lousy life. Um, in reality, it's a dirty job. You don't have normalcy except for dermatology. You're, being woken up. You're working all hours of the day, night, and holidays and weekends and everything else, right? And they, they're like 30-something-year-old kids that, basically they're like, when they get out and they're actually working, they're like kids in, that got out of college at 21 or 22 or something like that, right? That's what their maturity level is. It's pretty low. And usually, since they're bright people, they usually get caught up to speed in terms of how to live their life in, 3 to 5 years. Now, I've known people that become doctors that don't really have to study much. They would just go to class and they pretty much get it because they attract the high IQ people. To pass an IQ test, there's an overemphasis on knowing the English language and being able to memorize things. That's IQ. And that's all knowing the English language is memorizing things. That's how they test your IQ and arithmetic, math a little bit, right? So predominantly, they have to be able to memorize things. If you memorize things well, you can be a lawyer, you could be a doctor, you could be a nuclear physicist. That's what it is. It's not that smart. You're not that smart. What's the matter, mommy? Mommy, what's the matter? They're not working on logic and things like that. Chemistry is memory. Math, to a good extent, is memory. It's all memory, and they come out high on an IQ test based on memory, right? So these people can go to a class and listen to the lecture carefully and memorize it, and then maybe they've got to review the material in the book once. But I knew one that didn't even have to do that. I knew a couple like that, and they were actually both in the family. So they get that high IQ and they could memorize, or you memorize and that gives you the IQ. So They don't understand much about life, right? And then they get thrust into this position where people come in and people see them, they're very vulnerable, and this pumps them up. And people, they're laying in bed, they're wearing a gown, they're submitted to them, they want prescriptions from them, they're looking to them to help them and save them and deliver them from these illnesses. And it gives them a phony sense of who they are. Um, in my single days, I one time dated a doctor she was an intern at the time. And it was okay a little bit, but I lost interest. And then later on in life, I had this woman when I was single. This woman was chasing me. That was a doctor, and I was afraid to go near her. I mean, she didn't display insane behavior. What she was doing, well, I don't, I just wouldn't, I just didn't want to take a chance and start up with a doctor, because you're dealing with a lunatic. I wouldn't want to get involved with a woman that was a lawyer either, because I don't know how you know what you got if something goes wrong and she gets angry at you and you start having a divorce, and you got amazing legal fees, and I don't want, most lawyers do not do that, but you could always encounter one. So I don't know. I never really liked the idea of that. I like normal people, uh, accountants are usually normal people, but they're frequently overly introverted, but they're not crazy. They just like being introverted. That's not crazy. Um, they would normally, in my opinion, not be crazy. Okay. Um, I never dated one, but had them in the family. Uh, I used to think people were normal that were in business, and I still think so, But I've had friends that are lawyers frequently, and they're really pretty good people. I can get along really well with them. I had no issues at all. That worked out for me. And um, but anyway, I just would prefer to be with people in the faith rather than their vocation. As I grew more mature in the faith, I just am really interested in people based on where they are with the Lord, not where they are with Satan's world systems. That's immature. So I had to outgrow that. But there's some things that are bad. You know, there's some systems that Satan has set up that it's not for believers. You know, the law enforcement and military and working for the governments and with the governments is really not for believers. I don't see how you can function in that environment. And working in law in medicine is also, I don't know, a lot of believers do it, and I don't want to get in on it. They don't, probably understand what's going on, and they're just trying to help people. I'm not going to get into that. But if I see somebody working in a restaurant as a server or a waiter or something like that, do I see a problem with that? Not unless they're working in a restaurant that serves human food or something like that. No, I don't see a problem. Or working in a gas station or working in a muffler shop or cleaning houses or working as a guy that installs windows or fixes roofs or paints houses or any of that stuff. Where's the problem? I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem. There's a lot of, you got to work somehow, and Satan's running the world. So that's where you come in. Okay. So we got to watch Trump very carefully the next few days and see what happens. And remember, it's highly likely, but in this case, I think not. Normally, it's highly likely that Trump will back off on his promises, but I think here he's committed. So we still got to be very careful because this can change the whole world. And when it lights up, it probably will. And it lines up with Bible prophecy quite well. So we're going to play Watchman because we have to. Now, some of you, let me see if there's anything else I need to cover that I missed, not related to this. Dozens of Israelis were accused of spying for Iran, but only one is jailed so far as convictions lagging arrests. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what happened. I guess Iran was trying to throw money at people that lived in Israel to help them. Exactly how escapes me, I don't know. Maybe they were trying to get people inside the government. Israel will be rather strict on those people. They're not going to take to it. They're going to get a bad shot in the head for that. I know our community watch where we have people that got, guns and radios and phones that patrol and protect us from terrorists. There was something going on in Jordan yesterday. They suspected an infiltration and they put all the alerts out. I didn't hear of anybody getting caught. So normally the IDF would be looking for them, and the IDF gets them, man. So probably was nothing to it because they didn't catch them. Or they could still be looking, but that'd be pretty unusual for such a long time. But whatever Trump does, it ain't going to be a ground invasion, okay? In Iran, it's impossible for Trump to do that. If he gets enough countries together from NATO and whoever else that wants to join in, then they would do a ground invasion. But it would be the organizing. It would be horrific. I mean, Trump might, throw 50,000 soldiers in. But I mean, how are they going to get to 3 million? It ain't going to happen. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. Air attacks, missile attacks, artillery, stuff like that. And remember, we did see, it was reported that a B 2 bomber was seen in the skies over Iraq. Now, that could mean it was surveillancing or reconnaissing Iraq for a bombing run. Maybe it was on its way someplace else. I don't know. It was seen, meaning to me, it was probably a stealth jet that was flying low for some reason, so it was seen with eyes, not on a radar screen. All of the metropolises, the big centers of power and money and control in Iran, are on fire right now, courtesy of the protesters. So you just have to believe this is shaking the Iranian regime mightily. So you're in a position where Trump has to make a move, and so does Iran. And Trump has to find, the moves that if Iran goes after these people and shoots them, Trump's going to shoot Iran. Well, the names of the cities that are the metropolises of Iran, due to my slaughtering the pronunciation: Tehran, Karaj, Mashhad. I'm not doing that bad. Isfahan, Tabriz, Shiraz, Avaz. So you got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 big cities that they're significantly burning and probably occupying to some extent anyway. This is a real massive mess for Iran, and they got to do something. And if they do what they got to do, Trump's going to attack them. So if they do nothing, the protesters overthrow the regime and eventually kill them. And if they do something, then Trump comes in and kills them. You see what's going on? So the woman that got involved in this is Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission. That's not NATO, that's all of Europe, the EU. So I guess maybe that includes the UK or it doesn't, I don't know. The current situation in Iran is creating a unique and rare consensus, especially in recent times in which Israel, the US, and Europe are on the same side of the barricade. So she's saying now we're in unison with Israel, America, okay, that Europe is. In other words, they're lined up with them about their feelings towards Iran currently with all this protests and everything. This has significant advantages when considered external action against the regime. There are almost no significant opponents to doing a tap dance on Iran's head. Okay. When someone does a tap dance on your head, you're a bloody mess. Okay. President Trump retweets statement by Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, in which he warned that the leadership of the Iranian regime, this is the warning, your brutality against the great people of Iran, oh my gosh, lay it on, Trump, will not go unchallenged. Okay. So the U.S. may be preparing to attack Iran. Trump's threats ran like, we'll start shooting. This was January 9th. Trump warned Iranian leaders to stop the violent crackdown on protesters, stating, where did it go? Hold on. You better not start shooting because we'll start shooting you. Well, not only are they shooting, they're using drones to attack them. In his social media on Saturday, today's Sunday, he claimed Iran is looking at freedom and declared the USA stands ready to help. Well, what's Trump waiting for is my question, right? Well, I mean, it's pretty bad. What are you waiting for? They're machine gunning them, using drones. Then there was a red line. It says the administration has indicated that further state violence against protesters or any move to reestablish nuclear programs could trigger immediate U.S. strikes. It's reported that there is military planning going on. Recent reports from major news media outlets are saying that there's active military planning to hit Iran. The Trump has reportedly been briefed on a range of military attack options. So we haven't seen any actual beginning of an attack against Iran yet, but that could change quickly. Some analysts are saying that there's been a general military buildup in the Middle East following the 12-day war in June 2025, is suggesting that the U.S. is already positioned for rapid action, and I believe this to be entirely true. The U.S. has already conducted direct strikes on Iran's soil within the last year, so it's not necessarily going to be afraid to do it again. I think most of the other stuff we've covered. I don't know if Trump can move fast enough. Or if he will. We'll see. Remember, Trump is highly likely to just not do anything. But he's sort of in a trap here. He has to, I think. Okay. The rabbis and how they sell the Talmud. The Talmud is an extra biblical book. This is Bible stuff now. It is not the Bible. It contradicts the Bible. It says that Yeshua is a bastard, not the Son of God, not a prophet, never rose from the dead. It contradicts the Bible in many, many, many other ways in other places directly. So it's not a real book from the Lord, okay? It's something the rabbis concocted. They wrote it. What the rabbis tell the people that listen to them, which I hope is not you, say that the Talmud does not contradict the Bible. It interprets it. Nonsense. Impossible. It contradicts it. They say 2 Torahs were given to the Jewish people. The written Torah, which is the Hebrew Old Testament, and the oral Torah, which later was written down as the Talmud. So they're saying Moses had another holy Torah that he didn't tell anybody, and it was only for the Jews, and the Goyim weren't supposed to get it. That's when you get to know them, that's what they'll tell you as a Jew. The oral Torah explains how to understand, apply, and live out the written Torah. Oh gosh, it does not. Interpretation, they're saying it's not a replacement. Oh no, you can't call that an interpretation. Apparent contradictions are said to be interpretive layers. Well, I don't know what they're talking about. Nonsense. Legal reasoning or applications for new situations, not denial of Scripture. So they're saying it works with Scripture, interpreting it. Yeah, like Scofield's study Bible interprets Bible. Yeah, they're going to be caught away in a rapture. You know, see how Satan works? He twists things. What did he tell Eve? What did God really tell you? And he twisted her up enough to eat the tree from the tree. The rabbis tell the people that the Bible itself requires interpretation. You see how he works? Is that really what God told you? Talking to Eve. You see how he does it? As if it was an interpretation of the Bible, not contradicting or going against the Bible. But it is. The rabbis argue that the Bible itself requires interpretation. Many laws lack practical details. So the authority given to the sages, the rabbis, call no man rabbi, that kind of rabbi, based on your verses like Deuteronomy 17. So the reality of this is that the rabbis give more credence or credibility to the Talmud than the Torah. So they do expose the people to the Torah, the real Torah, and the Talmud, although they deceptively call the Talmud Torah, which they shouldn't do. And it confuses them. So from my observations of living here so many years, it gets them to believe all they got to do is go to shul for Yom Kippur, eat kosher, observe the Sabbath, and maybe some of the other laws, and you could continue, suing your friends and neighbors in court and lying and ripping people off and doing adultery and every other sick thing. It's just horrible what goes on. And they let that happen based on the Talmud. So the Talmud leads the people astray. That's all. Just like Scofield's Bible. But worse, at least Schofield used the Bible. The Talmud doesn't even use the Bible. See, it says it doesn't contradict the Bible because it says it's in reality, Yeshua is not a prophet. He is a bastard. They don't know who his father is. He never was a prophet, never was the son of God, never went up to heaven. This type of stuff, never rose from the dead. That's contradicting the Bible. Yeah. What else can I say? Now we got the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, you could say, is a book of witchcraft and sorcery and spells and enchantments and other bad stuff. They call the Kabbalah Torah also, which is wicked. It's the inner or hidden meaning of the Torah that was always there, not a new development. Now, this thing, I don't ever suggest you read it. I would never read it. You need to know it exists. It's going to be convenient for some of you people to have a little bit more familiarity with these two things. So I thought I would bring it out today. Okay. They'll tell you the Torah has multiple layers. Gee, I never knew that. Rabbis teach, it's not true. Rabbis teach 4 levels of meaning, often summarized as pardes. Peshat, plain literal meaning. Well, you're very immature if you just go by the plain literal meaning according to these goofs. Remez, hints at illusions. Deresh interprets. It's an interpretive type of thing, and then it has Sod, which is secret mystical meanings. So you see, it's the secret information business they're doing again, right? Okay. They talk about Kabbalah. No, they talk about the Kabbalah. God revealed more than just words, but the Kabbalah's words. Oh, they don't worry about that. Giving them mystical ideas like divine light, emancipations, heavenly realms, are things like this. In other words, they're lying to them and making them think they're operating on a higher plane or some garbage like this. Okay. The Talmud, they say, was orally transmitted at Mount Sinai where Moses went up there. Verbally transmitted. I mean, come on, it's so far-fetched, right? When was the Talmud written? Now we're going to get down and get some insights, real insights. The Talmud was compiled between AD 200 and AD 500 in stages. So that would mean if they're correct, which of course they're not, it would mean that the church went, or the congregation, or the called out from among went, for several hundred years in an incomplete state, not able to understand the scriptures. And, that's crazy, right? It's a dumb, it falls apart. All of Satan's junk falls apart. It's driven by witchcraft. You take the witchcraft away and it falls apart. And you take the evil and the wicked away and it falls apart. It just works for the blind and the deaf that are not supposed to know the true gospel. So it's crazy, okay? Kabbalistic teachings were written down, mainly delivered between the 12th and 16th century. So you're going more than a millennium without this information. Why would God put us to do that? You see how silly it is? How stupid it is? Okay. And that would mean that Yeshua, never would have been able to teach us appropriately because the Kabbalah didn't come for more than a millennia after Yeshua rose from the dead. It's nonsense. Okay, now let's talk about why did the ultra-Orthodox wear black and white. Now, when you confront them, and come into faith type thing, they're going to have black and white clothes, right? Okay, so you understand why we should deal with this now, right? It's a tradition frozen in time, but it's silly. It goes back to the shtetls in 19th century Eastern Europe, predominantly Poland and Russia. Ukraine used to be Russia. My grandfather came from what today is called Ukraine, but when he was born and living there, it was called Russia. Okay. And he had Russian money he used to give me as I was a small kid that he came over with. The bills were about this big. They were huge. Worth nothing, but they were huge. The Czar was on the money. Okay. So it makes no sense why they go to these clothes to go back to life in the shtetl. They refer to it as modesty. Well, the Bible itself doesn't refer to it as modesty. Thou shalt wear black and white. It talks about people wearing purple and other things. Okay. Non-flashy. Oh, okay, it's non-flashy. Non-sexualized. Okay. Uniform and modesty. I don't get that. You can be modest in a lot of colors. This aligns with religious values of humility. They're making this stuff up as they go along. They're teaching the people you got to look like you're a Jew. Why? So when it comes time to persecute you, they know who you are. That's the lovely rabbis. Separation from modern culture. So going back to the 19th century, come on, this is not the clothes that they wore in the Bible days. Distinct dress codes, a visible boundary between the religious community and the secular society. There's no biblical preface or cause for this at all. These people might be afraid to want to take off their black and white clothes. So you got to disarm the Kabbalah. You got to disarm them about the Kabbalah and the Talmud, and then the clothes got to go. Not that they run around nude. Clothes got to go. Okay. White shirts, symbolic purity and respect before God. I don't know where they get that from. Okay. It's fleshy. That's all I'm getting from this. Just fleshy. Group identity and discipline. It's more, we're ultra orthodox. It's the flesh. Because modesty and Haredi Judaism, that's ultra orthodox Haredi, is about coverage and intent, but not about eliminating beauty. Look, it's the flesh and the flesh and the flesh. That's all it is. Here's how Haredi Judaism would explain it. See, what's the discrepancy here is the women, the ultra-Orthodox women, and the Orthodox women dress well. The ultra-Orthodox woman is walking around with some schleppy guy with big clodhopper black shoes, black pants, a white shirt, no tie, and a white jacket that comes down to his knees. And a black fedora hat, wearing that in a hot summer day. And she's coming around dressed very attractively, but not sexually attractive. She just presents herself as being pretty. She'll have her hair done, which might be a wig. It might not be her hair, more coming on that. She'll have nice, attractive shoes, but she's probably not going to be running around in spike heels or anything like that. And nice clothes, but the clothes will come up to the collarbone and down to the wrist. And, this sort of stuff, right? Why do they keep the woman dressing attractively? Because it's going to pull more women in, because they could say, oh, we could get dressed up. That's nice. And it'll pull more single young men in, because they'll say, oh, look, all these good looking women hanging around. They dress themselves to the nines. They'll get their hair done very nicely. They'll match their outfit. They'll have a modest amount of jewelry. They doll themselves up, rest assured. Okay? Do they wear a lot of makeup? No, not really. No. They might wear some. I'd have to check. I don't know. What they teach is a woman does not have to look unattractive to be modest. That makes no sense to me. If you're going to make yourself look pretty, you're going to attract attention of men, and out the window went modesty. But does that mean a woman should dress like a zhlub, that's Yiddish, like a donkey, or, a horse, or just terrible dressing? And no. There's nothing really wrong with a woman making herself look nice, but, they braid the hair, and they go too far with it. Okay. But they don't know what they're doing. They don't believe in the New Testament, so they don't understand it. Okay. You got to teach them, being pretty, but, pretty is not having your eyelashes done and your eye sockets with makeup and your lipstick and facial powder and stuff like that. And no, that's not it. Okay. There will be, in my opinion, use of perfume and incense. I'm pretty sure that'll come back. If you're around incense in your house, you're going to pick up a perfume type odor, which I think that'll all work out for the good. So their belief system with this is rather flawed. Clean, elegant, well-fitted clothing. Now, I agree. Clean and nice, elegant, well-fitted clothing is fine. as long as it meets modesty rules. I agree. But their modesty rules I don't necessarily agree with. Okay. Their modesty rules are covered arms, legs, uh, collarbone, and hair for married women. I don't understand why you need to cover your hair. We're going to get into that deep, though. Honor for marriage. A married woman is expected to look dignified, be pleasing to her husband, dressing nicely is seen as strengthening marriage, not violating modesty. Well, a woman walking around or going to the beach in a thong, a one-piece thong, or a skinny bikini is obviously not something we're ever going to be doing, okay? Wearing shorts, and that's not for us, you know. You can be attractive without being a slut. We don't do slut. They don't either, really. The wig wearing is very common with the Haredi. They teach the women that they got to cover their hair. The Bible does not teach that. New Testament doesn't teach that. Many do this with a wig called a shtetl. A shtetl. It's like the shtetl with it. I'd have to get them more. Oh, I'm going Yiddish to Hebrew. That's why. Okay, shtetl Hebrew, Yiddish. Okay, which is considered acceptable because the natural hair is fully covered. Well, we're going to show you the scriptures why this contradicts the New Testament heavily. The wig is viewed as a form of head covering, not hair. Oh gosh, that's stretching, but probably right. But the wig is made out of human hair, so oh gosh, they're really tripping over their own feet. Other opinions include scarves, hats, or a combination. A lot of these women will like to wear expensive clothes that look expensive. Am I saying they go to the gym and watch their figure and stuff like that? No, most of them are not watching their figure and stuff. No. Some do. Shaving the hair. Now, this is hatred towards women. Shaving the hair, community specific. It varies. Some Hasidic, ultra Orthodox groups require the women to shave their head and wear a wig then. Often after marriage, they'll be required to do this. Sometimes every month, they got to shave their head. And then they wear a wig or a scarf. They're not going to be too quick to wear a scarf. They're going to wear a wig, a human hair wig that's probably rather costly. They'll tell you it's not common to have this done, but I think it's a lot more common than they let on. They're going to have a lot of trouble recruiting into their groups, let's call them, cult group, by telling the people, oh, you got to go shave your head. You're a woman. Okay. 1 Corinthians 11, verses 5 and 6. Every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, let her be covered. So if she shaves her head, she's supposed to cover her head. Okay. Uh, it refers to praying and worship, well, praying and prophesying. So when you're going to, have the gifts of the Spirit and prophesy or pray, you need to, as a woman, if you don't have your long hair, put something on your head. Now, why do they tell them to shave their long hair off? 1 Corinthians 11:14-15. If a woman has long hair, it is her glory. So they're telling the woman to cut her glory off. They hate women. Satan doesn't like women. Who did he go to work on first? Eve. For her hair is given to her for a covering. So it's saying if she's got the long hair, it's for her glory. She has it as a covering, and there's no need to cover the hair. And there's no need to disguise the hair or conceal it from the public. If you're going to walk out and go to the store, you can just walk out with your hair. There's no covering or hiding your hair. 1 Corinthians 11:4. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoreth his head. So we're not supposed to cover our head when we pray or prophesy. That's when you study the law, the word, it means more like this. Conceal, it means putting your hood on over your head, like they take the prayer shawl and throw it over their head. Okay? And it covers them up, and like they're praying in secret or something. That's what we do not do. This is not the same meaning as the word. Let's dig into the meaning of the word. 1 Corinthians 11:4. I'll be back. Let this thing run for a few seconds. I'll be right back. Okay. The literal translation goes like this: every man praying or prophesying having something down from the head dishonoreth his head. Like I said, it's like putting the talit, the prayer shawl, over the head and pulling it down. Okay, that's what they routinely do, by the way. They're taught to do that. The word has a connotation of a down from, hanging down from, covering downward, hanging down from. This isn't hanging down from. You see, does the woman have hair hanging down from? Yes. Is the man supposed to keep hair like a woman? No. Is the man supposed to dress like a woman? No. So he doesn't have that hair. He doesn't grow hair like a woman. He doesn't have it hanging down. He's not supposed to do that. That's really it. I mean, that's the long and the short and tall. So wearing a hat doesn't cut it. That's not a hanging down thing. You're putting it on. Okay. So I used to, before I knew better, I used to go out on walks and runs, and I would, I would pray while I was running and walking, and I stopped. I for a while, I don't know, until I learned better many years ago, I would take the hat off or whatever I had on my head. A lot of times I wore a beanie because it was cold and rainy, and I would take it off. But you don't have to. A beanie and this kind of thing, that's not it. Um, so the woman has the hair for a covering, and you see how it hangs down. So that's it. It should be rather easy for you to understand. So the bottom line of the men keep their hair like men do, not, you know, uh, you don't grow hair like a woman, okay? And women don't cut your hair. If you're going to cut your hair down short or off, you should wear a wig. And that applies when you're praying or prophesying. But it's not right to go shave your hair or get a crew cut or something like that. That's wrong. You shouldn't do that. You should look like a woman, and a man should look like a man. So the woman, the easiest and most direct way to do it, women, let your hair grow long. If you want to grow your hair like Rapunzel down to the floor, I mean, good luck with tripping over it and drying it when you take a bath or a shower. But, I don't see the prohibition. And men just, the rule of thumb is you would grab your hair, and if it shouldn't stick out through your fist. So you don't have to have a crew cut, but, you're not supposed to let yourself run around looking like a woman, okay? All right. So they make a real mess out of that. So what do? They tell the woman, shave your head, which is your covering, and then put a wig on. So they're making fun of the woman, aren't they? I mean, they know that's not real. Every woman who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonoreth her head, yet let her be covered. But the hair is the covering. You don't have to put any hat on. If your hair is long, you're okay. You don't need a hat. I don't know, if your hair hits your shoulders, I'm sure you're okay, you know? We're not under Moses' law, but this stuff's in the New Testament, and that's not under Moses' law. 1 Corinthians 11:14-15. If a woman has long hair, it is her glory. Her hair is given to her for a covering. There it is. So there's nothing to this. It's easy. Okay. Every man, this is 1 Corinthians 11:4. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, is dishonor with his head. That's that thing where they pull something down over the head for like a secret thing, Now, I wouldn't put a sweaty on, a hoodie rather. That would be meeting the test of the covering, okay? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put a cape over the head or a prayer shawl or anything like that. There's no prayer shawls, by the way. They don't exist. The rabbis made that up. Okay? All right. For 1 Corinthians 11:7, for a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image and glory of God. So I suffer a woman not to teach nor usurp authority over the man. For a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image and glory of God. That should speak for itself. It doesn't say that about the woman. You know how you ruin a marriage? I could tell you with, I would say, a 97 to 100% perfect ratio is my guess. The woman just takes control over the house. Now, there's some guys that'll just go for it, and they're going to still have a bad marriage because he's not doing what he's supposed to do. Now, you get a marriage where the woman's going to take over and the guy doesn't want her to, and she's going to do it anyway. And what's going to happen there? If he resists it and just says, you're doing it, I don't go along with it, I don't agree to it, I'm not letting you be my head, she's going to get punished and he's not. And what if she does not want to be the head and he wants her to be the head? And he refuses to do it, he wants her to do it. Well, then he'll get punished and she won't. Is it grounds for divorce? I don't think it's exactly ground. It says if the woman be pleased to dwell with the man, then you don't divorce, even though, or one of the spouses, it doesn't matter, any one of the spouses is pleased to dwell with the believing spouse, that's it, you let it go. But if they don't want to dwell with you, it means they left, they move out, then you're free. But that means move out. Now, what if they, take a bow and arrow and when you sit down to eat, they shoot arrows at you, real live arrows with pointed, tips, and, shoot at you, throw rocks at you. Well, of course, you've got to, understand there's a limit. You're not supposed to stay there and die, let's see. 1 Corinthians 11:14. Doth not even nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him? That is the New Testament. So don't pull I'm following Moses' law. Okay, that is the New Testament, 1 Corinthians 11:14. What's my best guess on what the length is? You grab your hair, and if it doesn't come out, you grab your hair, and if it doesn't come out over here, you're okay. If it comes out over here, snip, snip, and now you're okay. Miraculous, isn't it? Okay. Um, let's talk about them and tithing. And don't worry, we're going to do the hole in the sheet last. So I'm saving the best for last. Now, the hole in the sheet is going to be funny and sad at the same time. There is a famous book written perhaps in the 70s called The Hole in the Sheet about ultra Orthodox woman that broke out from it. But we'll be there within about 5 minutes. Orthodox and ultra Orthodox tithing. It may very soon be convenient for you to understand this because they will try to transfer this over to a New Testament Kehillah under Yeshua HaMashiach, and you need to know what they're used to. Okay, it's not really bad, but it's not what we do either. Kind of. It's pretty close. Okay, here we go. In some ways, it's close. Not all the ways. Remember that, but you'll see. Rabbis and synagogues, they get supported by the people, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, in a number of different ways. They really call it chesed or something. They're taught to give 10% of what they bring in, what their income is, to charity. That's not giving to the rabbis in the synagogue. That's in addition. Okay. But there's a lot of homeless people in Israel that when it comes to Friday in the morning and the lunchtime, they'll go out and panhandle. They'll sit down on the street and hold a cup or something, make a sign, and people come and drop money in. And they do it other days of the week too, and a lot of them give. Okay. These are usually people that don't have papers, not always, but frequently. Because if you got papers and you're broke and destitute living on the street, social workers got ways to do things for you. Now, if you're, let's say young and able to work, let's say under 50, they will try to get you trained or something like that. But if you're, let's say 66 or so, you're older, they just try to get you taken care of. Nowhere do the ultra Orthodox and the Orthodox teach a rigid figure of giving. It's a suggested 10% to the poor in addition to supporting the synagogues and the rabbinical system. But they don't have a hard ironclad number system for this, okay? Which is shared with the New Testament pretty much, unless we have a temple tax, which we may have again, I don't know. So they do give they sell seats for the high holy days, the 3 go up holidays, plus maybe some others they've created as well that aren't true holidays. And they sell seats to the people to have, they pay to get a seat to come into the synagogue for the holiday because it's crowded and it's usually costly. That helps the synagogue run itself. I don't advocate that at all. That's not a correct way to go. Okay. The other things they do is they'll join a synagogue and then they have some sort of an annual payment to be a member of the synagogue or something like that. The price is going to vary to the area. In other words, the synagogue in Beverly Hills is going to probably want and need more money than somebody in, the middle of nowhere, Kansas or something. And then some of them hire a rabbi, and they write a contract with the rabbi for like 3 years or 5 years or whatever, and the rabbi moves there, and they're supposed to honor that contract and keep the rabbi and stuff like that. A lot of rabbis have a good standing and they stay there for a long time. Other rabbis wind up buying their own synagogue and they control the synagogue. Okay? Now it's their synagogue. And when people come in, now when I was going to Hebrew school as a kid in the Bronx, the rabbi owned, I think, the whole block or part of it. I know he owned the laundromat next door to the synagogue. Very good for getting cash that's off the books. Very convenient. And I don't know. How did people? Well, whenever you went to get a wedding, you paid them. A bar mitzvah, you paid them. You sent your boys to Hebrew school, you paid. You went to the synagogue on the high holy days, you paid. Or if you were a regular attendee on the Shabbat, you would pay as a member. And he wasn't doing very well. The synagogue I went to, he wasn't doing very well, but he was getting by, or he was concealing it. Maybe he was doing pretty good and concealed it. I don't know which. And I don't know what all his investments were. There was a newer, more modern, bigger synagogue that did better financially. Okay. They also in Israel have boxes. Different rabbis have boxes, literally on a fence, a picture of the rabbi, and it has a slot, and you stick money in there. You might be able to wrap your money around the piece of paper and put a prayer request in there. I guess that would work. And that's because people feel this rabbi is more spiritually connected to the Lord. And they give that way too. Now, remember, these people are going to need guidance and direction, and you need to know what they're coming out of, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. Now, they're not they're not whipped, they're not beaten, they're not drawn and quartered, they're not put in stockades, and none of this. Okay, none of that. All right. Now we'll talk about the hole in the sheet. Mostly Orthodox, they deny this, but no, I don't think they deny the thing that the women shave their head and put the wig on. No, I don't believe that's false either. I think it's true. For me, I'm not a makeup artist in Hollywood or anything. I don't have any skill set. I was never an intelligence agent that learned how to do makeup. You didn't know they learned how to do makeup, did you? You didn't know that the intelligence agents would carry a wig around with them, a man, and he's following somebody, and they look in the mirror, they might see a guy, and then he puts a wig on, maybe a red one or a blonde one or something like that with sunglasses, and they look in there and they think, oh, it's the same or similar car, but now it's a woman, it's a different person. Live and learn. Okay. Do they do that on the TV shows? No, I don't know why. Probably because it's real. They don't do that. Okay. They teach modesty to the man and the wife. So when it comes time to do the deed, the birds and the bees, I don't know who's listening to me, so I'm going to be very discreet. You know, the birds and the bees thing? Okay. When it comes time to actually do the birds and the bees thing, the woman takes something like a sheet, it's usually a sheet. She takes a scissor and she makes a hole in the sheet, not a hole like this, maybe something this big or, really small. And she puts it over her in the bed. Okay, they'll generally have separate beds. They might be close to each other, but separate. And she lays that over her, and then she lays down and waits for hubby to come in and take out the apparatus and insert said apparatus through the hole and engage in the act. And that's it. Is there foreplay? Well, if you want to call going and laying down in the bed with most of your clothes on, or some of your clothes on, or something, putting a sheet over you, that's foreplay. If that's your idea of foreplay, I mean, somebody's idea of foreplay could be different than what most of us think. But no, I don't think it's really that. But all right. And that's to preserve modesty between married man and married women. No, it's not. This is Satan laughing at the people, making fun of them, making a mockery of them. That's all this is. It's a mockery. Okay? Nothing but. All right? That's no way to live. That's not how you do it. I mean, Song of Solomon and stuff like that. This is stupid. Okay. Now you know what the hole in the sheet is. So some woman exposed it, I think, in the 70s. It's a popular published book. Go to Amazon and look for the hole in the sheet book. Maybe you could get it on Kindle. I don't know. She describes all of this problem. They made a movie, I don't know, 5 years ago in Israel. It was a series, a TV series about what did the I don't remember the name. I'm sorry. It was a girl. She was a very funny looking girl, uh, very thin and short, and she played Goofy in the head, Uh, and they were trying to raise her. Her mother uh, blew out of ultra Orthodox Judaism, went to live in Europe, and was a LGBT woman living with another woman. So some other people in the Orthodox community took the girl on, and they weren't really being nice to her. They weren't took her in and not treating her like their own. So she wasn't very happy, and the family was very happy to get her married off. Said he married her off to some guy who knew about as much as how to be in a marriage as my dogs do. He was completely ignorant, and they got these two together, and they enacted the hole in the sheet on one of the episodes. I was so rolling in laughter. I had never seen it enacted, and the guy liked it and wanted more, and she couldn't stand the whole thing. And she eventually ran away, went to Europe, wound up living in Germany, where her mother, the LGBT lady, was living, and shaved her head, had her own life, and was making it in music or something like that. And, these, I believe, are Israelis that make all kinds of movies exposing the ultra Orthodox. There's several that do it. Okay. There was another TV series about them too that kind of shows you not it wasn't as much in a bad light. What this one with the woman with the hole in the sheet, the ultra Orthodox sent some guy who was using a gun to try to get it was ultra Orthodox to come back to Israel or something nuts like that. I don't know they do things like that. I never knew. Maybe they do. I don't know. Okay. There was no ultra Orthodox in my family that I was ever aware of. They could have been there, and my parents kept me from it. I never knew. There was one that he might have been ultra Orthodox. He came to the house rarely. He came once or twice when I was getting bar mitzvah. My mother got the bar mitzvah ring through him. They would buy the kids a bar mitzvah ring. Mine was 14 karat gold and had stripes on it, and it had a diamond chip on it. And I'd say the diamond chip was probably worth back then $2, a dollar. It was a little tiny thing. And 14 karat gold. I mean, pure gold back then, I think, was still 35 or 40. No, I think it was $42 an ounce or something like that, or 35. Very, very cheap. So it was very common to have gold jewelry for kids. Girls would get an ankle bracelet. Guys would get a bar mitzvah ring. And 14 karat gold, 18 karat gold jewelry with the kids was quite unusual. And to get a real precious stone of any substance was very rare. They had synthetics, mostly, but the semi-precious stones were cheap. Anyway, you got a bar mitzvah ring. So he came and did the bar mitzvah ring. And I think when he came back to pick up to give us the ring or something like that, he came and he had dead chickens I'm serious, in his carry case, like a briefcase, and they were fresh killed. So I think my mother asked him to bring some fresh killed chickens up or something. And he did. I didn't know more than that about it. He was definitely Orthodox. I can't remember if he was wearing the black and white or... No, he wasn't wearing the black and white. He just had a suit, a regular suit. That makes him regular Orthodox. Yeah, ultra Orthodox wouldn't have walked in our house and sat down or did anything. So, yeah, I don't know. I just knew Orthodox. I know kids in the neighborhood that the parents were, they were Orthodox, but, they dressed regular and stuff like that. It wasn't like this other stuff. There was one kid that hung out with us he didn't hang out with us. He was in the school with Orthodox. He moved from another neighborhood, and the kids used to make fun of him. I don't think he was a bad kid. They just, kids pick on kids. Okay. Not good kid. Good kids don't do that, but I'm not going to say we were good kids. We weren't good kids. Okay. Now we got to talk about the women and the menstrual cycle. Now, we're not under Moses' law, so you're not under that. Okay? I think actually engaging in the birds and the bees during that period of time is perhaps to be refrained from. That I said, I think that's the way that would work. That's what I think. Okay. Now there's a thing called the mikvah. In my little community, there's really one synagogue, but the community itself, the civil structure, bought a mikvah and had it built. It's supposed to have a source of flowing natural water. I don't know if this one does or not. No idea. I never went in there. The woman goes in there when she's finished her cycle, this is the Orthodox, ultra Orthodox women or observant women, they go there, and I do not think you pay anything. And there's a woman, I don't know what you call her, an operator there. Somebody got to be there, to make sure that modesty is preserved. You don't want some woman going in there and then some teenage kid walks in with a phone and takes a picture when she's naked. So she usually will not stay in the mikveh room while the woman is engaging in the mikveh. She'll stay out so she doesn't observe the woman. So the woman goes in and has a place to hang her clothes up. There's probably a way to lock the door with a slide lock or something. And it walks into the mikveh, and I don't think she covers her head in there. She probably goes into a certain level or sits or something, and then she comes out, and then she dries herself off. Do they give you towels, or do you bring your own? Yeah, it'd probably be bring your own, or maybe the woman that takes care of it might make money, and she might say, oh, for 2 shekels or 5 shekels, you could use my towel. And then she takes the towels home at night, a big bag of them, and washes them, brings them back. I don't know what goes on. I never went in. And then the woman leaves. That's at the end of the cycle. So they still do that. I don't believe our cleanliness comes that way anymore. It comes through our righteousness in Yeshua from the work he did. So I wouldn't be planning on seeing a lot of mikvahs. Okay. Now, some of these rabbis, I'm told, want to see proof from the woman that she's no longer in the menstrual cycle, or so they bring the pad or the Kotex type product, and he inspects it if she's got a mark. Or I don't know how much of this goes on. They deny it, but they deny everything else. So do the rabbis. I think in some circles and cases they do. It might be that the woman is unclear if she's finished with the cycle. I don't know. But it does seem to have some basis in reality. So you got to be aware of this, that this is what they used to do, because they don't understand where righteousness comes from, and they're trying to develop their righteousness through observing Moses' law. That's easy to understand. The confusion comes that they're not really just doing Moses' law, they're doing Talmudic law, which is not really law, it's not real, but they do that. So there's a lot of wild stuff added to it, like what they do with the food. They take the food and they wash it, the meat, not the vegetables and fruits. They wash the meat. They don't seem to do it to the fish, if I remember correctly. They don't do it. The meat, like the chicken and the beef and the turkey, predominantly those things, right? And although there's other meat they eat too, like they'll eat quail, duck, and so they wash the meat. Then they, to get the remnant of the blood out, then they salt it with big pieces of salt, like what you would do to salt your walkway after a snowstorm or something. And then they leave it in quite a while. Then they wash it out. Then they put it in again quite a while, and then they wash it out again. So it makes the meat tougher, and it makes the meat, gives them, a lot of them have high blood pressure from eating too much bad salt. They don't use the good salt, they use the cheap, junky salt. And I think this is just Satan laughing at us. That's all that is. There is a salt covenant meant for the offerings in Moses' law. The meat for the offering would be salted before it's sacrificed up on the altar, burned. But that's not what they do. For all the meat that the people are eating, we're never told to salt it. even though we're not under any of Moses' law anymore, we wouldn't have any need to salt the meat like that. Kosher is not in the Bible. I believe it's in the Talmud. So, that should give you a good overview of this thing. Now, we could sit there and go on and on and on about all different kinds of things that the ultra Orthodox do, but there's got to be a limit. We're not going to sit here and learn ultra Orthodoxy, you know. My understanding from knowing registered nurses, and I believe, unless things changed recently, it's 2 years. That's it. And nobody ever told me it changed. It's not 3 years, it's 2 years. And that gets you registered nurse. Now, there's a graduate registered nurse that goes to school for 4 years. And they get a designation BSRN, Bachelor of Science Registered Nurse, and they are the ones that will get management jobs in, like a nursing home or a hospital or something like that, a lot quicker than the 2-year version. But the 2 years is what I believe is pretty much the norm to become an RN. Okay. Now, being a physician's assistant, again, I think is hard, but not that hard. Being a nurse practitioner, doctors will tell you that these people are almost like a doctor, except they're, in my opinion, yeah, when it's simple, but doctors know a whole lot more than they do. That's for sure. The amount of education is so much further. See, doctors don't try to be nice to other doctors and float them through a residency program unless it's an equal opportunity thing going on, which I don't know if they do anymore. Float them through the program. They try to make it very tough and knock them out of the program because they want to keep the amount of specialists in their field down. They want an adequate number to handle the public, but they don't want an abundance. Years ago, the dentists were closing dental schools because, now this is funny, they were experiencing a massive drop in cavities. Massive drop. And when cavities go down, root canals go down, and many other things go down, crowns and bridges and all that. Massive drop. So they shut a couple of dental schools because there were too many dentists. You see, now what they call too many dentists means not that there were too many dentists. Don't let them fool you. There was still a dental shortage. If they kept those schools running, then they were afraid competition in the fees that dentists charge would have started getting lowered. See, this is going back into the 80s, the late 80s or something, I think around 88 or something like that. Why? Because the dentists liked to make back then $150,000 a year, which was probably like $500,000 today. And some dentists could make $1 million a year, and dentists would, finance the The system, oh, your crown, this is going back many years ago. Your crown and your root canal and all that are going to cost, $1,600 and you don't have insurance. Okay. So you make payments to me. Can you pay? I can pay 100 a month. Fine. I could pay 50 a month. Fine. I could pay 25 a month. Fine. And then they would charge interest. Yeah, the whole medical community is perverted and, not sexually perverted. They're just crooked. They're in it for the money. You know, if doctors were making the same money as nurses, they wouldn't want to be doctors. Why? Because they like the money. They'll give you all sorts of talk about this. I know a lot about doctors, never mind why, but I had many, many contacts with them. And it was from business many years ago. And um, there are doctors that really get into it and want to help the poor, and they don't want to do it for the money and stuff, but they're still very happy to have that high money, that getting paid a lot. They like it. Okay. But they'll also work for a lot less money in a public hospital or some other setting, work in a charity clinic to help poor people. They're still going to make a generous living, believe me, but they'll make less of a general living. There are, but how many? Oh, I would say 10% of them, maybe. And there are some that go to Doctors Without Borders and different organizations. Yeah, maybe you could even stretch it to 20%. I don't think it's that high. It's probably 10% that are actually going to work without a lot of money. Most of them want the money. The girl I dated back around very early 70s, back then, she told me when she finishes her internship, she could work for $200,000 a year, which back then was probably like making 1,200,000, 1,300,000 today, 1,300,000. That's still a lot of money a year. All she had to do was write prescriptions, go to Beverly Hills and write prescriptions to people that wanted diet pills, sleeping pills, nervous pills, stimulant pills, any of that stuff. Everything okay? Is the front yard usable for the mutts? All right, not a long time. Okay, okay. I got it. I got it. I'll take care of that. Okay, bye, bye. Give me a second, guys. Ugh. You want to go out? All right, we can go out. Let's go out. Like a bye bye. Come, 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 big girl. Come on, come. Are we going to have doctors and hospitals and all of that when we get into redemption? No, you're not going to have that. We're going to have God's healing. All right, I think we've gone long enough today, so let me close this out with a prayer for all of us. My Heavenly Father, Yehovah, B'Shem Yeshua HaMashiach, I pray for all the true believers and their families, and me and my wife. I pray that we all have your strength, stamina, and endurance, and we have your healing and recuperative power flowing through us, that we don't get sick or hurt, and we keep healing. Everything in our body that needs healing keeps healing. And I pray that us and our animals and pets be safe and secure and happy, healthy, and whole. I pray we have no accidents, no tickets, no breakdowns, no getting stopped, stuck, or stranded with any car or vehicle or mode of transportation. And I pray we don't get discriminated against by landlords, employers, co-workers, neighbors, friends, family, governments, government agencies, anything like that. We don't get picked on. And I pray that we don't get taken advantage of. And I pray that we don't have anything stolen or robbed from us or frauded or ripped off or scammed. That I pray that if we order things, they come directly and easily. And I pray that you would lift or loose off of us any witchcraft, sorcery, spells, enchantments coming from Satan bots and unclean spirits, that all would be gone and lifted from us, never to return again. I pray the darts of the enemy don't hit us. And I pray that we would grow in the scriptures more, and the unclean spirits wouldn't be able to see us or observe us or surveillance us in our house, or on our property, in our vehicles. They wouldn't be able to surveillance our animals and pets either, and know anything about us that way. They couldn't see into our homes or vehicles, and they have no ability to know what we communicate with people in person, on the phone, and on the internet. And I pray that all the people that are hanging around this channel and the chat, that are serving the unclean spirits and know it, that are really impersonating believers, I pray, my Heavenly Father, you would punish them extreme, because they're trying to be a curse to us. I pray you would curse them. And I pray that the curse on them would be enough to make sure they never do this again to us or any other believer, because they're only attempting to make life harder and worse for us and curse us. And I pray that all those that are doing that and coming in and trying to do witchcraft and spells and stuff, and going back even for 2 years this way, my Heavenly Father, I pray you would, treat them as cursing us and curse them. And all those that are in our lives that are false believers, you would punish and curse for that reason also, nothing to do with the broadcast, just in our lives. And I pray that we would have adequate work that we need, adequate clients and customers, and we'd have adequate money and then some. And I pray for you to pour your Holy Spirit out on us, and us to walk in the gifts of the Spirit, and to be at peace and joy and calm and rest. And I pray you would enable me to do better videos and give me more insight as to where we are timing wise, without giving me the day and the hour. And I pray all this to you, my Heavenly Father, B'Shem Yeshua HaMashiach. Now, it's very easy to get into a thing, this is going to continue for 5 or 10 years or 20 years. It's very easy to lose faith in the scriptures. Okay? And that's easy to do. Oh, God's never going to fix this. What benefit is there to serving God? See, you start getting into that, it pushes you closer to falling away. Okay? Like the woman that keeps nagging the judge and then the judge gives her justice. Keep asking the Lord. Okay? My Heavenly Father, Jehovah, I come to you. Now, you can agree with the last prayer and agree with this one that I'm going to give too. Even if it's a video, it'll work, I'm sure. My Heavenly Father, Jehovah, I come to you and I ask you to set us up in Israel that we could all be here. The two witnesses would be running Israel, or we could be together and we could be ministering and we could be leading people to the gospel. And we have places to bring them and nurture them and help them. And we pray all this, and we pray you get rid of the Satan bots running Israel. And we would all be happy, healthy, and whole in Israel. And I submit this prayer to you, my Heavenly Father, B'Shem Yeshua HaMashiach, and you can agree with that. And that's what I got for you today. And, keep praying. Keep tossing, keep the spiritual warfare going, and keep praying. And, you have not because you ask not. We don't want to be guilty of that. My gosh, I did 4 hours today. Okay, guys, I'm out. Thank you.